The recording has started.
Okay, please call the meeting to order.
Chair LaHood, you're asking me to introduce the meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee of the City and County of San Francisco. This is a remote regular meeting by video conference. HTTPS is 3DD, P as in Peter, JKW, password Sunshine. Public comment call-in number 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2482-983-5105 ##. If you wish to speak, please press *6 and you'll be admitted to the speaker line. Today is October 25, 2022. I apologize. Mr. Young, can you tell me what time the meeting started again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was 4:34.
4:34. Apologies for that. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer. Aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via video conference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair LaHood, do you want to read meeting decorum?
Yes, meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Please call the first item.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. May we begin with agenda changes? For item number 4, file number 21124, Mr. Norton sent me an email before I went on vacation indicating that he did not wish to participate in today's hearing.
Okay. Is the respondent planning to attend, as far as you know?
They were informed of Mr. Norton's decision, so I haven't heard. In reviewing my emails since I've been gone, I didn't see anything from them that said they wouldn't participate, but they were notified of Mr. Norton's request.
Okay, since we did ask them to do something, I'd like to keep this on the agenda and see if they do attend. We do want to make sure that there's follow-up, although since Mr. Norton contacted them and said that he wasn't attending, there may have been some confusion. But I hope that we can proceed with this regardless, because we did ask them to provide some documents.
Okay. All right, great. Let's do a roll call.
Hold on, before you move on, I believe there was a request from Mr. Severnov regarding the timing of his item. Ms. Leger, did you receive that message as well?
Yes, I did, and he said he would like to be later in the calendar because he teaches in the evening.
Yes.
At university. So, do you want to tell me is this going to be before item 9, or do you have an idea where you'd like to place it?
Just jump in real fast, call to order.
Yes.
We should actually call roll first, just before we have discussions, to prove that we have a quorum to have these discussions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Leger. Please call roll, and then we'll continue with that discussion. Thank you.
All right. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Wong. Not present. Chair LaHood.
Present.
Chair LaHood present. Member Yankee?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. Ms. Leger, in terms of...
Before you move on,
Mhm.
I'd like to ask Chair Yankee if you'd like to appoint yourself as to be a member of this committee in place of Member Wong.
Yes, I am just for this meeting.
Yes. In that case, you're able to vote since you are not listed as a member. You are now a member, and Member Wong will be listed as, you'll be listed as in place of Member Wong. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Victor.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We appreciate the assistance with making sure we are complying faithfully with the rules. I appreciate that. Ms. Leger, regarding the timing of items, I know you had initially set this order. Is there any reason why we should not move number 5 to after number 8?
I don't have any emails from any other participants in today's hearings objecting to a change. I don't think anybody would have a problem accommodating Mr. Zveranov's request at being after item 8. I think it would be all right. I don't see.
Here's what I would like to do. I'd like to make a motion, and let's get this on the table, and then we'll get public comment in case there's anyone here who does have a problem with that, because I would like to know if that might be an issue for anyone. So I will make a motion to move file number 22014 to follow file number 22092. Could I have a second for this?
I'll second. This is Member Neighbors.
Okay. Any discussion, members? Okay. Let's open this up for public comment, please.
Do we have public commenters at this time?
Okay, my apologies again. I do see several people with their hands raised at this point, but at this time, if you'd like to make public comment on this specific item, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. If you've already raised your hand and do not wish to speak, you should probably lower your hand at this time. I will go ahead and unmute our first caller. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, this is the complainant in items 6 and 7. I have no problem going earlier. In fact, it makes my life easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move on to our next commenter. Mr. Greer, would you like to make public comment on this matter?
Yes, I would like to offer that we move our item up the food chain as well.
Thank you very much. There are no other parties with their hands raised at this time for public comment.
Okay. Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Okay, just a second. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Moved by Chair LaHood, seconded by Member Neighbors to move file number 22014 to follow 22092 on today's agenda.
Thank you. And thank you for the other meeting participants who were supportive of this change. Ms. Leger, please call the next item.
Item number 2, approval of the August 23, 2022 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes. Okay.
This is Chair LaHood. I noticed 2 things. In item number 9, it identifies below the bullet points, 2 paragraphs below the bullet points, Amber Gray is identified as the petitioner, and in the next paragraph, Winchapillier is identified as being with the Behavioral Health Commission. I believe those 2 IDs need to be flipped. The names are in the correct places.
Yeah.
It's just that what's in parentheses needs to be switched. And then on the following page, I'll slow down for a second. Tell me when you're ready.
I just want to mark this so that
Yep.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah. And that is with behavioral health. And Mr. Hillier, this petitioner. Okay, and then further down the page you had a copy?
No, on the following page, it says page 8 in the bottom right-hand corner, but I believe the number in the center is 9. Toward the bottom of the page, second paragraph from the bottom, the comment by Mark Sullivan. Third to last word says LACKS, and I think it's supposed to be LAX. Both spelled correctly, different meanings. I think spell check would not have caught that.
Stricter following of the laws, knowing everyone says what is in the law book add to confusion. You said it was item number 10, Mr. Sullivan's comment?
No, item number 9. Item number 9.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the comments on item number 9, the second comment is from Mark Sullivan.
Right.
At the end of the sentence, it says,
okay,
and they can't be lax about it. It should be LAX.
Yep. Got it.
Members, anything else that you noticed in these minutes?
Yeah, I have a correction, Chairhead. This is for item 7, file 21-149. And I sent this to Ms. Leger earlier, so she would have the text version. And Ms. Leger, please forgive my autocorrect that changed SOTF to soft in all caps twice in there. It shouldn't say that. So I'll go ahead and read it now. The way that it stands in the meetings, in the minutes currently, where it says, member neighbors stated that Mr. Steinberg has at all times at SOTF hearings, and after questioning him several times, especially regarding Mr. Goldberg, there is not enough evidence to find a violation of 6734. Please correct it to read, member neighbors stated that Mr. Steinberg has contradicted himself several times at SOTF hearings, especially when we have questioned him about Mr. Goldberg. However, it does not seem that we have enough evidence to justify a violation of 6734 at this time.
Thank you. That is a good clarification.
Yes, she did send that to me. I received it this morning. I will take care of it when I revise the minutes tomorrow morning.
Great, thank you. And member neighbors, thank you for sending that text, because I think that would have been more difficult to take as dictation. Members, any other changes to the minutes before we open, and any other changes to the minutes? And then do we have a motion so we can open it up for public comment?
This is Member Yankee. Not a thing on the minutes there, but I just noticed in the Q&A someone's asking from the prior item what the order would be. So maybe just so everyone's clear.
Yes. The order for this meeting that we are in now.
That's what it says. Can you clarify what the actual order would be? So I think someone.
Yes. The actual order for this meeting will be, we are currently on item number 2, which is approval of the August 23rd, 2022 minutes. After that, we will have public comment. Following public comment, we will take file number 21124, which is the complaint filed by Mark Norton against DPH. After that, we will take file number, this is item number 6, file number 22012, the complaint filed by Anonymous against Director Grant Colfax and Department of Public Health. After that, we will take item number listed on the page as item number 7, which is file number 21153, complaint filed by Anonymous, ARE, against Dennis Herrera. Then we will take item number 8 on the agenda, which is file number 22092, which is a hearing to review the Behavioral Health Commission's compliance with a previous sunshine ordinance. Then we will take what is on the agenda as item number 5, identified as file number 22014, the complaint filed by Sergei Severinov against Lieutenant Lynn Riley and the police department. And then I intentionally kept as the last item number 9, which is file number 22120, which is an invitation to members of the public who wish to propose amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. I hope that's clear. I'm not taking questions on what I just read, but thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes we were discussing, which are the August 23rd, 2022 minutes with the suggested changes?
Sure, this is Member Neighbors. I move that we approve the August 23rd, 2022 minutes with the suggested changes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
This is Member Yankee. I will second that.
Okay, great. Please, Ms. Leger and Mr. Young, please open it up for public comments on the minutes from August 23rd, 2022.
Yes, members of the public wishing to make public comment at this time can raise their hand by pressing *3, or otherwise use the application to raise their hand. You will have 3 minutes to speak. We have 2 members of the public with their hands raised at this time. I will go ahead and unmute the first one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, in addition to changing the identification on my item, I don't have it right in front of me. I don't know the item number on these minutes. I believe I spoke first on the file number. And isn't that the usual procedure, that the complainant or the petitioner speaks first and then the respondent speaks second? So I think that the order does need to be switched. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and move on to our next public commenter.
Well, this is anonymous number 3. I wasn't at this meeting, but I wanted to raise an issue with these minutes that I think comes up pretty often. So I'm just going to read a public comment according to this minutes, which is footer page 7 in the center, or page 6 on the side, which is also page 7 of the PDF. It says public comment. Lisa Murawski stated that as a requester, it always falls on the burden of the requester. Ms. Murawski feels that how something is worded and really selective, privileged, and it has happened to her, and her case is going on 5 years, and she still has not received her records. I don't know what this is trying to say, and I don't even know if it's like logically internally consistent. I think the public comment should be reflected accurately. I can read another one from the very beginning of this item. It says, Mark Sullivan stated that it takes a few seconds to violate accountability, especially when the official's money is not on the line. I don't think these are, I don't know what they said, but I don't feel like either of these could be an accurate summary of something that someone said. And these should be corrected. They should be listened to the tape, and they should make sense so that someone can read this and figure out what is being said. That's all. Thank you.
Chair LaHood, can I just make a quick comment on what Anonymous said, and that is that I did speak with
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I did speak this morning with Ms. Murawski about what's going on with her cases, and she did express not so much frustration with the task force, but with DPH. And I can provide more information to you. I think it'd be more appropriate offline, but I'm well aware of what's going on in her cases. And most of them have been heard before Chris Hyland, Chair Hyland of the Education Outreach and Training Committee.
Sorry, I was speaking. Ms. Leger, thank you. I believe, or my understanding of the public comment was not so much the what Ms. Murawski was saying, but the way her comment was paraphrased. I know it's difficult to paraphrase these comments sometimes because taken as direct quotes out of context, it is often difficult for someone who hasn't attended the meeting to understand what the commenters are saying. And actually, I should ask first, do we have anyone else waiting to make public comment on this?
There are no other members of the public for public comment at this time.
Okay, I'd like to bring this back to members for a quick discussion. Members, what are your thoughts on this? Because in my experience, having heard many public comments, I understand what people are talking about because I have the context for the discussion. However, some comments, even in direct quotes taken out of the context of the conversation, would not make sense. Do you have any recommendations for how we handle this, maybe specifically with regards to the two comments that were pointed out, or if you have any broader thinking on this?
I do think that this is member neighbors. I think that there should be minimum standards, at least of clarity, and that those things could be simple things like complete sentences, having a subject and verb so that there's a completed action. And in this particular set of minutes, there's a little bit of a word jumble in a lot of the comments. The ones that Anonymous read to us and the one that I corrected myself, some of the words just seem to be switched around. So I don't even think it's a matter of whether there was a difficult level of paraphrasing. It seems like it may have just been, it looks to me like maybe there was some multitasking, or there was just a lot going on and it was really crunched, or perhaps, there wasn't time to go back and reread what was written. But I do think it's fair to expect it to be readable for the public to understand just the basic gist of what was being said. And I know that, there's always going to be mistakes in terms of accuracy, but, I'm finding that increasingly I'm having to go back to the tape and listen to the tape, even for meetings I was at or things that I said, in order to understand what I'm seeing in the minutes sometimes. And so the public must be frustrated as well.
Member Yankee, I would, I'm going to agree with member neighbors. Obviously, I wasn't at this meeting, so it's kind of a good perspective for me to try to figure this out. And I understand there's kind of two things going on. One is that it's oftentimes difficult to understand the context, but I think there's also the issue that I think member neighbors was touching on, where there's some basic sentence structure or grammatical issues, which makes it difficult to even understand, even if you were there, what exactly is trying to be paraphrased. And so, with what Anonymous stated, I kind of agree with him that it's very difficult to follow even what is trying to be conveyed in those sentences because of some, subject verb issues and so forth, and run-on sentences. So if that could be cleaned up a little bit, I think it would help give at least a little bit better context, even if someone isn't familiar with the entire, topic.
Okay, so at this point we have a motion to approve the minutes, but we had some, there were two comments. One about the order of whether Mr. Hillier or Ms. Gray spoke first in that item. That would be something that would be easy to check. If we are thinking about re-paraphrasing some of the comments, I feel like that might take a little bit longer. Do you think that we should hold approval of these minutes to review those comments?
I'm reminded of something a member of the public said, maybe at the last SOTF meeting, of it. When we hold them, it's like this double-edged sword, right? When we hold them, then people can't access them, and they need to access them. So I guess I'm wondering what the time frame would be for corrections, how long it would delay them for being posted.
Here's a question, because, and actually, member Yankee / Chair Yankee, if we were able to do this quickly, could we submit these for approval during the full task force hearing so that we could get them up more quickly rather than having to wait 2 months?
We could do that, or here's the other thought I had, is that I think the changes that we're talking about are non-substantive. These are not
Yes.
like, you know, changing votes or anything like that. So maybe we could approve it contingent upon the chair, in this case being you, having
Mhm.
a final review. So Cheryl could just do it. You could review the non-substantive changes, okay it, and then we can put them up that way. It would be kind of my way suggestion.
I think that's a good idea, and I even volunteer to help Ms. Auger with those comments because I understand how it can be challenging, and perhaps I can help a little. So, do we need to amend the initial motion?
We should either rescind it or restate it, I'm thinking.
Yeah, let's Member Neighbors, you made the motion, is that correct? Would you
Yes.
like to restate the motion?
Yes. Let's see. I move that we approve the minutes of August 23rd, 2022, with the suggested changes that have been mentioned, including rewording for clarity of public comments, and with a review by Chair LaHood before moving forward to the SOTF. No, we can just do this before finalization. Yeah.
And the seconder is okay with that.
Okay. I think we could move since we did amend this a little, I will open it up one more time for public comment, but if you don't have any substantive changes, I hope you'll let us proceed quickly. But is there any public comment on this restated motion?
I want to make sure I've got the language correct.
Oh, yes.
Carla Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Moved by Member Neighbor, seconded by Member Yankee, to approve the minutes of August 23, 2022, with suggested changes, including the rewording of public comment before finally posted on the internet.
Rewording of public comment and final review by the chair before posting on the internet.
Okay. Okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Thank you.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make additional public comment, you can go ahead and raise your hand again by pressing *3, or otherwise using your application to raise your hand. I'll give everyone a moment to raise their hand. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. I believe we can close public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by Member Neighbor, seconded by Member Yankee, to approve the minutes of August 23, 2022, with suggested changes, including the rewording of public comments and final review of the chair before finally posting on the internet.
Thank you. That sounds great. Please call the next item.
Okay, just a second. Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Great.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make general public comment on today's agenda, for items not on today's agenda, you can make public comment at this time by raising your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. We have one person with their hand raised at this time. I will go ahead and unmute their line.
Oh, sorry, I think this might just be from before. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, is there anybody else who would like to make general public comment at this time? You can do so at this time by raising your hand. I'll give everyone a few moments. Seeing no additional hands raised, I believe we can close public comment.
Actually, can we give that one more minute? I don't remember a meeting when we have had no general public comment. I just want to make sure that truly no one wants to make public comment at this meeting.
Yes, we will go ahead and give that a few more minutes. If you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 if you're calling in, or if you're using your, if you're logged in via WebEx, you can use the application to indicate you would like to make public comment by raising your hand. I'm not seeing any indications at this time.
Okay, Mr. Young, thank you. I appreciate that. Public comment, general public comment is closed. Ms. Leger, please call the next item.
Item number 4, file number 21124, complaint filed by Mark Norton against the Department of Public Health for violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to provide guidance on locating records, 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner, 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and 6727 by failing to provide justification for withholding. On August 23rd, 2020.
You don't need to read the summary. I think that's good enough. If you are a party to this matter, you can go ahead and raise your hand at this time. If we have one person who has raised their hand indicating that they are a party to this matter, and if there's anybody else who is a party to it, you can raise your hand. I have unmuted the caller who has indicated they are a party. Can you identify yourself, please?
Sure there. Hi, this is Natalie Poyman. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Health.
Ms. Poyman, thank you for joining us today. Just one last call to see if Mr. Norton is here. I believe that he said he would not be attending, but Mr. Young, do we see anyone else who is trying to identify themselves as being party to this case?
I do not see any other parties at this time.
Okay. Ms. Poyman, can you give us an update on our request that DPH provide a clear index of records for records that were provided to Mr. Norton by the department at or before his original request, and our request for redactions for those records, keyed redactions? Can you give us an update on what the department has done in response to our request?
Before Ms. Poyman begins, do you want to time this, Chair LaHood?
No, this is not a hearing, and I think, Ms. Poyman, if you can just be concise with your response, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure thing. Following the 23rd hearing, DPH was instructed to provide a clear index of redacted records, that including a description of the records and the reasoning of each redaction. The document was provided to the requester as well as the Sunshine Task Force on September 7th. The deadline for that request was September 8th. So we completed the request.
Okay, is there anyone else here from your department who has anything to add, or is there any representative on behalf of Mr. Norton who might have something to say on this matter?
There's no one else here from DPH.
Okay. Members, how would you like to proceed with this?
This is Member Yankee. I don't know if it sounds like Mr. Norton may have sent some type of communication. Did he express any concerns in that communication that he still hadn't received what he thought he should receive?
I believe he expressed general frustration with the process. Let me go back and look at that, unless Member Neighbors, if you have a quick response on that. But I think he felt as though he had attended enough meetings related to this. Is that a correct summary?
Yeah, I think he was frustrated. he was also concerned, I think, because he felt like he had been receiving it kind of flooded with records. Received a lot of records multiple times, and so I was curious to double check with that again to make sure he was feeling like he had received responsive records that he originally requested at this point, because he was not feeling like the records he got prior to this were responsive. But without him here, we can't ask those questions.
This is Member Yankee. So I'm assuming the question before us at this point is, should we consider this fulfilled and close the matter, or are there still reasons to hear this again?
I mean, it seems as though DPH did what we requested, but as Member Neighbor said, Mr. Norton does not seem to be fully satisfied with the response to his request, but because he's not here, I don't know what else we can do at this time. It doesn't, DPH did what we requested,
Mm-hmm.
and Mr. Norton isn't here to say whether that is satisfactory. It seems.
Yeah, I would imagine we could find ourselves in the same situation we are now if we were to put this back on the agenda in the future. So it seems that we kind of have to go with the information that we have before us, not knowing if Mr. Norton had any additional concerns.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that, and actually, I'd actually like to ask member neighbors, because I was having trouble when I was going through the files. I saw what DPH provided, which was an index, but then I was trying to go back through the file to find the actual redacted records, which I don't think are in our file. So it was difficult to see whether the redactions had been excessive because we did not see those. So without Mr. Norton here to describe whether they were excessive, we actually don't have visibility into whether this index is adequate.
That's exactly how I was reading it as well. It will be a matter of faith, of believing that the request was fulfilled, unless we have, I guess we could, so those that was provided, oh, no, we don't have, we could do we could go through the records ourselves, right? Or we could do a closer examination ourselves, but
actually, I have a question for Ms. Leger, and I don't know if this is only because sometimes I can't remember where I have seen things. Was Mr. Norton's email to us on August 24th included in the packet?
Do you mean the email that he sent prior to this hearing?
Yes.
Expressing why he didn't want to make an appearance?
Yes.
I'd have to see when. I know I got it like right before.
I believe he sent it on August 24th, so it was right after the hearing. Well, actually, no, that's not where this was just, excuse me, that was expressing frustration. That was not.
He did say that he'd submitted a new request for the missing documents in that email, reformulated in a manner that should be absolutely clear to all concerned. So, and he said, he said that, let's see. So, and I think that was his thing. It's like, let's see what the next request brings, and we'll be able to judge from that, as opposed to continuing on in this vein.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at the two emails, I think I was conflating the initial email from August 24th that expressed the frustration and the more recent email, which said that he wasn't going to be attending the hearing, which was quite concise. In which case, perhaps we should just close this matter.
Will I read it verbatim, Chair LaHood?
Yes, please. If you could read that into the record, that would be
Yes.
helpful.
On October 14, 2022 at 3:37 p.m., Mr. Mark Norton sent the following email to the Sunshine Task Force and CC'd all the petitioners and respondents who were noticed for this hearing. Why are you scheduling another? He begins. Why are you scheduling another hearing on file number 21124? We already had 3 hearings on this matter, and it has added up to a whole bunch of nothing. I won't be attending. Close quote.
Okay. In that case, it seems as though we should, I think we should close this case, and it sounds like Mr. Norton will be following up with a new complaint, which is his completely within his right and prerogative. And if we see him again with this, we will evaluate the new case and his arguments in that case, independent of this one. Members, anything else to add on this or a motion to make? Member Yankee.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused about the attached file. So I open the attached file to this, and I'm on PDF page 4, and it looks like there's a bunch of records with Mr. Severinoff and the police department. And so I'm not sure that even the record or the file that we have on this is the proper one. It seems something may have gotten mixed up. I see a lot about the police in here that doesn't seem at all relevant to this matter. Because I was looking to see if there was some type of keyed redactions.
Maybe that's why I couldn't find the keyed redactions.
And I'm really struggling to figure out what happened here. So I think at the very minimum, we need to clean up this file so at least we know what it is we're looking at, because I'm really lost.
File number 22014 is item number 5 by Sergei Ferinov, who we are going to have heard after file 22092.
Well, I understand that, Cheryl, but
Mr. Norton's file 21124. I had it put. Victor, did you include this? You didn't include it.
Okay, so Cheryl, if you actually open up the attachment to the file that we're currently discussing and start going through the PDF that pops up, if you go to PDF page 4, and then on and on and on after that, there's a bunch of documents that appear to relate to Mr. Severinov in his file, not Mr. Norton's. And so I don't know if all the files for Mr. Norton in this file are even in here, or if they got mixed up or what. So I was just wondering if we could get some clarification.
I will admit that I had been focused on the respondents half because I was looking for what DPH had submitted. And yeah.
Mr. Norton's file begins, or the pages pertaining to Mr. Norton begin, Cheryl, on page 14 of his file. And before that, it's partial for the other case.
Oh, it looks like that's PDF page 48.
Yes.
Remember, neighbors? Is that right?
Wait,
Because I see it says 14 at the bottom, but it looks like I scrolled way down. It looks like it's only on PDF page 48 before I see something from Mr. Norton.
Is it?
It doesn't look like these have those.
We don't have the key pages.
They don't have the numbers on there. But it is number 48 according to Adobe.
That is correct. Yes. But even below that, so if we look at everything from there below, I believe we are still missing the redacted document. We do not see documents with redactions.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we also don't see the email from Mr. Norton, which probably would be helpful to have in there as well, the more recent one, saying that he wouldn't attend, just so it's all together. We could look at it. I think would be helpful. If we're going to close the file, to at least put it in there so it's memorialized why we did what we did.
Okay. Could we make a motion to have the emails, let's just to be totally clear, any emails received by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force after the August 23rd, 2022 meeting, before this meeting, included with the file, and to close the file.
And remove the inappropriate pages or the non-topical pages or whatever we want to call them.
The pages that should be that were duplicated from another file.
If that's your motion, I'll second it.
That's my motion. I will make
I'm
that
seconding
motion.
it.
Okay.
Lila,
Yes.
can you redictate your motion?
Yes, I am making a motion that we remove the files that were accidentally duplicated and added to this file, which I believe is everything before PDF page 48. Is that correct, member neighbors? Okay. That we remove those pages, that we add any emails received from Mr. Norton, meaning received by the task force from Mr. Norton after August 23rd, 2022. We add those to this file so that we have a complete record, and that we close the case. And I believe, and this is not part of the motion, but I believe that Mr. Norton would have up to 30 days to appeal that should he wish to reopen this.
60
days if he disagrees with us closing this case.
Who's seconding that, Matthew?
I did, yes, Joe.
You want to take public comment on that motion?
Yes, please. I'm seeing at least 2 hands up. Mr. Young, are you ready to open up public comment on this motion?
Yes, my apologies. They are raising and lowering their hands, so I assume that they want to speak.
Yes, now I see 1 hand, but there was a second hand. Perhaps you could call the first speaker and
Hello, Anonymous. Did you want to, or not Anonymous, but caller that I just unmuted, did you want to make public comment on this matter? They did lower the hand, so maybe they do not want to make comment on this. So if you do want to make,
because we did, yes.
Oh, now their hand is raised again. And you are unmuted, so you can just go ahead and speak.
Hello? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. This is anonymous number 3. I just want to explain why you see that. As I think you have seen the hand lowering and being raised, as I think Mr. Warfield and the Library Users Association has told you many times, it is not possible for me to know if my hand is raised or lowered. So in order to know if it's raised or lowered, I have to press *3, find out what it says, and then do the opposite. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, since there were 2 people who seemed to be trying to raise their hands, so is the hand that I see raised, was that from the speaker we just heard from?
Yes.
Okay. If anyone else is trying to speak, we do not see your hand raised. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make public comment on this motion.
Okay, I do not see any other indications.
Are we ready for the vote, Chair LaHood?
Yes, I just have, Mr. Young, I have one last question. I am seeing in the chat red exclamation points. What are those for?
I do not look at the chat because chat
Excuse
is
me,
not
not
part
in the
of
chat.
meeting.
Next to the attendees on the left-hand side, there are red exclamation
Uh,
points. I just want to make sure that that is not some alternative sign of someone asking to be identified.
I do not know what that means. It
According
usually
to
means they're not
WebEx,
paying attention to the meeting.
yeah, according to WebEx, that's a level of attentiveness.
Okay, then I'm not going to worry about that one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Public comment is closed. Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Chair LaHood,
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Yankee,
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors,
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Moved by Chair LaHood, seconded by Member Yankee, that we remove the files that were accidentally provided in this file, which is everything before PDF, page 48, and include any emails received from Mr. Norton after August 23rd, 2022, and that we close the matter. Mr. Norton has 60 days from today's date to reopen his case. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, I gotta step away for a second. It'll be just a second.
Okay.
Thank you very much, committee members.
Okay, Ms. Leger, as we had stated earlier, since we are skipping, or since we have moved file number 22014 to follow file number 22092, please call the next item, which is currently listed as item number 6.
Correct. Item number 6, file number 22012, complaint filed by Anonymous against Director Grant Colfax and the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, Mr. Young, can you help us identify whether the petitioner and respondent are here? I believe if Ms. Poyman is still here, is she the one representing DPH?
Yes, that's right. Hello.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Is the anonymous, and we have in parentheses SFT to distinguish our anonymouses, is anonymous SFT?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'd like to ask first, we're not going to time this, but I'd like to get an update. Anonymous SFT, can you give us an update on whether you have continued to receive records or any update on compliance following the order of determination?
Sure. So I believe I hope they're going to tell you what they're intending to produce or will or are planning on producing. They unredacted some things that I claimed were unlawfully like they weren't actually privileged. I think that's all they gave me, and maybe like 1 or 2 emails. But they made some statements in response to your order that I believe those are false statements, and they excuse why they're not going to give me anything else. But I gave a response in the record about how I can prove that they are lying to the task force. However, the attachments that I provided to you, they are rendered unreadable because I guess they're scanned and printed. And so I don't know what to do. I would hope that you continue this to another hearing. You can hear what they have to say, but I need to be able to show you what is in those attachments. And I need those attachments to be included in your file in a legible way, presumably by just putting the digital file in there instead of, I'm not sure why they look like this, but I can't read the words on the page. So.
Understanding that the files may be more than a few short sentences, but could you give us a brief summary of what those contain to help us in deciding what we would do today?
Sure. So I think they are claiming certain texts don't exist because of a citywide policy that they will get deleted, and that's why they won't produce them. I found, I actually sunshined those retention policies and those essentially automatic retention policies that they have configured, and I actually got back from the mayor's office copies of the citywide retention policies for all, including DPH, and if I can show you what those say, then I can show you that what they're saying about the fact that they can't preserve those records and they can't retrieve them is not true. But I want to prove that to you instead of just claiming it. So.
Okay, thank you for that summary. I appreciate it. Ms. Poyman, if you could give us a summary of what the department has done, and if you could talk a little bit about this letter that was submitted, and if you have any response to what Anonymous just said, we invite you to make that as well.
Sure, happy to. Natalie Poyman here on behalf of the Department of Public Health. Since the most recent hearing, we've provided both emails to both the requester and the task force related to our emails that we sent to all of our staff requesting that they search their email, or that they provide text to us. So that's an additional item. And then regarding the Teams chat, we've been in touch with both our technology team, and you know, we apologize for that oversight regarding the Teams chats initially. We understand that it is important to be both comprehensive and timely in addressing requests, and are now more attuned to the MS Teams request. So since that request was made, this requester has put in another request, next request case 225825 on October 10th, that we completed with the Teams chats included. We have not made that error since this complaint began, that was brought to the task force. In my conversations with our Department of Technology, with our technology team, that the policy, the 30-day policy is our policy, and it has not been changed, and so we aren't able to access additional we aren't able to go back in time and access those chats, and we have I have checked with our team multiple times on that.
Okay, thank you both. Members, do you have questions for the petitioner or the respondent? I see Member Yankee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair LaHood. So I had a question for the petitioner here. He had mentioned that there were some files that were illegible or unreadable. Are those ones that are actually in our packet, or are those items that were so illegible that you did not submit? I'm just trying to find what might be illegible in the packet.
Sure. They were timely submitted. They are in the packet. Let me try to get you a page numbers. I mean, they're okay. I included everything. They're only partially included in the packet for whatever reason, but they start. Some of them start on page 35 of the PDF.
Oh, is it these items that say like CCSF Teams Retention Policy?
Yes.
So like PDF page 38. Sorry,
yeah.
Tilting my head to try to read it sideways here. Yeah, that's very difficult to read. I can kind of make out some of them. I didn't know if we wanted to try to struggle through reading what some of these said. I think they're semi-legible, some of them.
And then like portions of them are on page 32. I'm not sure like which portions are on which pages or why. So
let's see, because that one says, let's see, Teams Retention Policy status, enabled success.
I feel like I'm trying to read receipts that have been in the bottom of my purse too long.
Yeah. Yes. Apply to content in these
That is not how it looks in what I submitted. What I submitted is a pristine screenshot provided to me by the Office of the Mayor, and I can authenticate that if needed.
I mean, I think we could make out enough that if you were to read it to us, but we would know that you're, pretty accurately describing what's in there. I'm just trying to think of a way we don't have to bring everyone back for another meeting if we can work through what's in here now. I could read about 75% of what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Member Neighbors, you had something to say on this?
I was just going to say, I think PDF page 332, no, page 332, 32nd page of our PDF. I think that's, at least for me, that's unreadable. I can read the bold, but I can't read any of the information underneath. Like I can't, under retention period or preservation lock. Well, that one I can figure out from context, but so yeah, I think it, like under settings, retention period. Can you read that?
Don't retain content, but delete it if older than 1 month.
Wow, I can't. I don't see.
I zoomed in a lot. I read the same thing that
I'm good at translating English into English. Yeah. But it is very, and I only know because I understand what the context is.
The other reason I would say this is I think it's a part of having a complete record. Like my understanding is you all make decisions based on these records, and I think it's on principle these should be accurate and complete.
Members, let's discuss this. So there are issues with legibility in the record. Here's a question. If the record were totally legible and based on our understanding, what would our next step be? Understanding that it's not totally legible, but if we have a suggestion for moving things forward, could we move forward and ask for more legible files to replace these documents so that in the future people will be able to read these, or would the legibility affect our decision?
This is Member Yankee. I think Anonymous was or wanted to present additional discussion or as part of his presentation was going to be based on those items. And so if he feels comfortable with kind of walking us through what he thinks those say, and if we think that they're legible enough that we can follow through, I think that you're absolutely right that we could have, Ms. Leger go back after the fact and put a better copy in. But if we think it's enough that we can follow along, I'm okay with proceeding now. But if it looks like it's too difficult or we don't feel that that's something that we can take his word for as we're going along, then maybe we should wait.
Well, and here's what I would say, Anonymous. How, since you are the petitioner, how do you feel about that? This has come up in past cases, and I know I have in the past wanted to keep moving things forward because I know petitioners also get frustrated if we slow things down too much. So, petitioner, how would you like to proceed?
Sure. I am trying to scroll through here to see if I can show you anything that is more legible, but there's actually a fundamental problem I see in here. I don't see all of the respondents' letters in here even, including the letter that I am trying to refute with the evidence I presented. It should be in their portion of the packet. The letter that they tell you, and they should clarify because I'm trying to speak from memory here, so you should please ask them, that they tell you that it is impossible to preserve, I'm paraphrasing, that it's impossible to preserve Teams records beyond the 30 days because it's imposed by the city and the DPH cannot preserve anything longer. And I am trying to prove that that's not the case. I believe they're making a false statement to you. And I think even more so than the legibility, the fact that their email isn't in this packet, I think it's in that sense, I don't see any way other than to defer. Now, your question about how I feel about that, because in this case, there is no difference between discussing this from a month from now and now. The timeliness of these records is long gone. It's very long ago. It makes no difference to me, the fact that any kind of moving further gets delayed. So.
Okay, let's ask Ms. Poyman, regarding the letter we're referring to, and the problem is sometimes we see things in the packet and sometimes we see things because we have received them and then they later get put in the packet. I just want to make sure that, do you happen to have a page number for a page that the letter we're referring to is on in your part of the record?
Yeah, I don't right now, and I'm trying to thumb through and look, and I don't.
Okay.
This is Member Yankee. Maybe we could ask Ms. Leger if she did in fact include this. Cheryl, do you know if you included this letter in the packet? I don't know what order these typically go, if they're like a chronological where it would be on the top, or if it's, you know, the more recent one, if it would be added to the bottom. I don't see it as in the start of where.
You know, I think I may have, okay, this, I see on PDF page 127 these are the two emails that were sent to all DPH staff.
Those are not the ones I'm
That's not the
referring to.
no, that's not it. That's
No.
not it. I'm scrolling. It would be past that. And
Can you, Anonymous, can you give me an approximate date on when these letters would have been provided?
They would be probably 1 to 2 weeks after you made your, sorry, not you, the task force made the decision, and after you, Clerk Leger, sent out the email that's kind of like the preliminary OD that you send out. I mean, the respondent is the one who sent letters, so she would know better than I do. But I mean, I don't know if it's the same employee, but I mean, the Department of Public Health in general is the one who sent the email. So.
Yeah, I think part of the struggles, and Cheryl, maybe we can kind of work on this going forward, is it seems that emails from September are sandwiched in between February and March emails in the middle of the respondent packet here, because I'm seeing another one on PDF page 124, dated September 7th, 2022. This looks like page 424 at the bottom.
All right, I'm looking at emails that begin March 1st, 2022. I mean, I'm not looking at the packet. I'm looking at what I have in my file, and whatever I have in my file should be in the packet. Plain notice respondent. Filter response. We have conducted a diligent search. 409. 2. I saw 2 letters that were dated March 1st of this year from Department of Public Health. I see in my file an email from SF Text Research. From Anonymous. No, you will not conduct a department-wide search by emailing all your employees list and conducting a back-end IT search. That was in response to a March 1 email from DPH to the Sunshine Task Force.
Can I say something here? I'm sorry.
sure. We're talking about September, is that correct?
Yeah, everything that she's referring to happened before you made your decision. We're talking about something, you made a decision. I told them, hey, it's 5 days, you have to respond. And then they did various things, and they eventually told me that they made these claims about MS Teams, and I don't see any of that in here, so. And I agree with Member Yankee. I don't know what order these are in, and I can't search them. So.
I have a letter or email dated September 1st, 4:56 p.m. From Anonymous. Current summary of 22012 with attachments.
Before the meeting.
Cover letter. DPH Sunshine, Requester and Sunshine Task Force. In advance of this afternoon's hearing, where 22012 will be heard, DPH are attaching a PDF that relates to the below bullet point. Okay, that was September 7 at 1:26 p.m. I hope the respondents, Dr. Colfax and DPH, are aware that not complying with the order of the task force below within 5 days can cause them to be referred to the Ethics Commission, signed by Anonymous. And then the final email to the task force from DPH Sunshine following last week's hearing. DPH is furnishing here the attached 2 emails that were sent to DPH staff. Utilizing the Emma email marketing platform, which is how DPH sends all department-wide communications, requesting that they provide any responsive records to public records request 221056, which I'm assuming is the next request number. These email blasts were distributed on March 3rd and March 9th, respectively. That's it. That's what I have.
Okay, so members, I don't think we have this letter in here. Do members have any questions for Ms. Poyman? And do we have any idea for how we want to proceed, or do you think that, and especially since the petitioner is not in a hurry, do you think we should make sure that we have? I hesitate to just say we need to correct the file and then meet again. I'd like to make some progress with this case, especially if we're going to meet again.
I understand where you're coming from, Chair LaHood. Mm-hmm. This is what I have to work with. This is what I've been given.
Yes, no, I understand. I'm so discussing with the members about how we should proceed with this.
May I make a request of something that might be helpful?
Sure, unless Member Yankee, it looked like you were going to say something, but shall we?
No, go ahead.
Anonymous, please go ahead.
Might you wish to ask that the respondent provide a letter describing their claims about Microsoft Teams, their ability to extract records, preserve or retain them, and myself of my own evidence. Then we can provide these to you, and then have the next hearing. So we absolutely have it at the next hearing.
That's a good recommendation. Ms. Poyman, do you have anything to add or any additional comments at this time? We may be asking you to come back and provide additional documentation of your processes.
Thanks. I do not. That approach sounds fine to me. I'm not sure about the date. Oh, yes, but that generally that approach sounds fine. So we can follow up over email on that.
Member Neighbors, any additional thoughts on this?
No, I appreciate this approach, though. I think this is a good idea.
Okay. I've made a lot of motions tonight. Would one of you like to make a motion on this matter?
Before we get the other thing, I think we should ask Ms. Leger if she could do for this file when we bring it back, is to maybe take a look at the pages here and order them in a way that we could follow a little bit, because it looks like the most recent email in this is stuck at page 127 or 427, however you want to do it. And so I think if we could do this somehow chronologically, or it could be forward or backward, it doesn't really matter, but I think it's very difficult to follow when we have more recent things kind of sandwiched in the middle. And so if we just kind of have that reordered for it when it comes back, this way we can kind of pick up where we left off a little bit better.
Member Yankee, I have a question for you on that. Is I know you're just glancing at these things. Is it possible that we're seeing some of that because of email chains? I know sometimes that will happen, and it looks like you're looking at something new, but it's a long threaded emails.
I don't think so, because if you look at PDF page 130,
Mhm.
which would be the a couple pages later, and this is 430 at the bottom. This looks like a brand new email dated
Okay.
February 25th.
Okay.
So, and the one before the September ones I was just referring to, I think are from April. So it seems odd to go from April to September back to February. So that would just be my request. I'm not sure we have to make that into motion, but that would just be, an aside for Cheryl.
Okay. Then let's hear what is the motion?
Okay, so I guess I'll take a stab at it here. So I would move that we ask the respondent to submit a letter detailing their retention policy. I believe this is regarding the Teams chats for consideration at the next meeting of compliance and amendments. Did I get all that?
Yes, and I think you were also going to ask that I guess the clearing up the record you said doesn't need to be in the motion.
Yeah.
No. Do we have a second on this or any amendments?
We give, do we need to provide, or would it be helpful to provide a hard date for when that needs to be submitted?
I think that's a good idea. I'll add to the end of that, I'll say by, let's see, we'll say 2 weeks from today. I think that gives plenty of time. So this is a every 2-month meeting for them to write it, but then for, anonymous to respond back and so forth to make sure everything's in order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's 2 weeks. Hang on, I want to make sure I got the right date here. We all got to agree on this.
So that would be, I'll pull up my calendar here. We can
So
see if
that
I
would
lose a
be
date.
November 8th. Is
November
that
8th.
2
Yes.
weeks from today?
Yes, November 8th.
You can submit your letter and you can vote.
Oh, that's right. It's election day.
Don't come to City Hall. All right, do we have a second?
Yes, as a member neighbors, I second.
Okay. Mr. Young, we'd like to open this up for public comment.
Before we do that, Cheryl Hood,
yes.
I just want to make sure I have the language correct.
Mhm.
Moved by member Yankee, seconded by member Neighbors, that we ask the respondent to submit a letter detailing the retention policy and regarding Teams chats.
No, we're just not just regarding the Teams chat. Retention
Microsoft
policy
Team chat.
regarding Teams chat.
Policy regarding the Teams chats at the next meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee before.
Within 2 weeks, or
Or the
excuse
next
me,
meeting.
by November 8th.
Okay.
Can we clarify in that motion that it's Teams, capital T,
Yeah,
Teams chat, not the Teams chat?
Maybe
regarding
we call it MS Teams. Does that help?
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm sorry, what did you say, member Yankee?
maybe we call it MS Teams, so it's clear we're talking about the
Okay.
program, not a team. More generally,
Okay.
that was a good point, member Neighbors.
Chat, MS Teams chats. Okay. All right, that's good. So we go to public comment?
Yes, please.
Yes, members of the public who wish to provide public comment at this time can press *3 to raise their hand or otherwise use the application to raise their hand. I will give parties a moment to go ahead and do that at this time. I do not see any indication of additional hands raised at this time.
Mr. Young, I see 2 hands. Are those the speakers?
The parties are speaking at this time.
Okay. So anyone other than the parties speaking at this time, if you're trying to make public comment on this motion, we ask that you raise your hand now. We are trying to include everyone who wants to be included. Okay. Seeing Mr. Young, no additional public comment?
No additional hands raised, no additional public comment.
Okay. Members, any further thoughts, or should we ask Member Yankee?
Yeah, I don't think necessarily needs to be part of the motion, but just a reminder for Ms. Lejay, if she could also rescan those pages that had legibility issues, so that's in there also for the next meeting. So just wanted to note that.
All right, I'll take a look at the packet. Are we ready for a vote, Chair LaHood?
Yes, please.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Neighbors, that we ask the respondent to submit a letter detailing their retention policy regarding MS Teams chats by November 8th. Is that it?
Thank you. That is it. Anonymous, Ms. Poyman, thank you for being here this evening. We appreciate your participation. Ms. Lejay, please call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 21153, complaint filed by Anonymous, ARE, against Dennis Herrera for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5A as an apple by failing to keep or cause to be kept a calendar with certain minimum information about his business meetings and to disclose them as public records, and willful failure to discharge any duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or the Public Records Act, and 6734, willful violation constituting official misconduct.
Thank you. Do we have the petitioner and respondent here or representatives thereof?
If you can go ahead and raise your hand at this time if you're a party to this matter, and I will go ahead and unmute your line.
Is the petitioner available?
Hello, caller. You keep raising and lowering your hand. You are already unmuted.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so you are Anonymous ARE?
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe we have Ms. Saw.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Representative Busey.
Okay, Ms. Saw. Thank you for being here. What I'd like to do is, without being timed, I'd like to get a quick update from Anonymous, status update, and then we can have a response from Ms. Saw if she, for her response and anything that she would like to add. Anonymous, could you please give us a concise update on where we are with this matter?
Certainly. So this matter is a bit unusual. There is no 6721E order for them to present to you here any response or anything like that. Just as a reminder, the full task force found Dennis Herrera in violation of 6729-5, which is a 3 business day general statement of issues requirement, and also 6734 for willful violation, and directed one of your members to make the presentation to the Ethics Commission for that referral. All of those things have been fully approved by the full task force, and there's compliance isn't checking that. Instead, one of the members, I think it is Member Highland, suggested, since you can't order Dennis Herrera or really anyone to do anything if there's not a records production to make, and there isn't in this case, there's nothing for them to produce to you, your member suggested that this committee, just to see how Herrera does calendars in the future, since you had now found him in violation in 2 separate instances, which is why you made the referral to the Ethics Commission, to see how he's making calendars going forward. But there is no, and he asked that you all make requests and just sunshine them, basically, sunshine Mr. Herrera for his, calendars going forward and see if those calendars are compliant. There is, as far as I understand, since the full task force has already made the motion for willful violation and approved it, and already made the motion to send it to the Ethics Commission and approved it. I don't believe there's any referral for you to make back to the full task force. Instead, it's just for you to see how Herrera has now been handling calendars after you found twice violations. I will tell you, as I informed, it should be in the packet. I hope it's in the packet. I made a timely email about it, that I, in fact, sunshined him immediately afterwards, after the last, for his now August 2022 calendars, which are many, many months after he claims, you know, he made mistakes because he was new or whatever he wants to claim, which the SOTF rejected anyway. And I didn't believe that some of those still had the full general statement of issues discussed. However, this has no bearing on like what to do with this order of determination or this complaint. I think this is just for you all to see whether Mr. Herrera decides to comply with the law going forward. I will bring separate and additional and continual complaints against Mr. Herrera regarding those other calendars until he complies with the law. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask Ms. Saw for her response, I just want to respond to something that came through the chat, even though we don't want to use the chat for this purpose. Mr. Severnov, your item will be heard after what is currently item number 8 on the agenda. So we will hear your case later. Ms. Saw, could you, if you'd like to respond or to give us any update on behalf of Dennis Herrera, please do so now.
Of course. Thank you so much, Chair. So as Anonymous he did make a request on September 8th, I believe, of 2022. He was then seeking General Manager's calendar from August 1st to September 1st, 2022. We did provide those records to the requester. At that point, we produced, I want to say, 25 separate PDFs with entries for each day. And we did clarify that we were producing revised entries for a few meetings. What that was specifically, we had a couple meetings that were marked as meeting about the VA, and we thought it would be a good idea to explain that VA was an acronym for the voluntary agreement. So we just wanted to make that, very clear. Like the commission talks about the voluntary agreement often, and although someone that follows the commission and what PUC is doing would know, we wanted to be very transparent and make it very clear that VA meant voluntary agreement. So we revised that specific entry to make that very, very clear. The other meeting that we provided a revised version of was the recurring meeting that the general manager has with his direct reports. So because it's a somewhat big group of people that are just really providing an update on the latest developments of whatever team they're in charge of, it was just saying direct reports meeting, and we added like a brief explanation of what they could be discussing, right? It was very broad, as it's I think bi-weekly check-in, or maybe weekly. And then the last meeting that we provided a revised version was just explaining that it was a follow-up meeting to the brief of previous meeting, and then we provided an agenda. We also explained that one of the meetings did not have a general statement of the matters discussed, because it was a meeting that was scheduled for the morning and it was scheduled for later that day. So the exact same meeting the meeting didn't really happen in the morning. It did happen in the afternoon, and that one did have a description of everything that had happened. So we did provide all the records we had at that point in response to anonymous follow-up request. We are trying to maintain a fully compliant calendar. Both Dennis Herrera and the PUC shared the task force commitment to government transparency. However, inadvertent omissions and mistakes do happen. They are likely to occur again in the future. We're all just humans trying to do our jobs. But I don't think that the fact that mistakes do happen, and even if they happen more than once, mean that they are willful. right? Like we spend a couple minutes at the start of this meeting to review the previous minutes, right? Because errors happened, and that doesn't mean that there's malice behind it. So we are trying to have a Prop G calendar that is very neat, that has the general statements of facts, but mistakes will happen, and the fact that they do doesn't mean that they're intentional. In this specific case, where we provided a couple of revised entries, it was, they were just mistakes, which will happen. That doesn't mean that they were willful or intentional. We did provide the revised entries, and we were very clear in our message to Anonymous to explain why we decided to revise those meetings or add more information. And we have additional procedures in place to make sure the calendar is as complete as possible and compliant with the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions, thoughts? I have some thoughts, but I'd like to offer the opportunity to you first. So, actually, maybe this is a question for Chair Yankee. Has the, in our order of determination, we talked about referring to ethics, or actually that Member Wolf would develop a presentation for ethics on this matter. Has that happened, or do we have an update to report on yet?
My understanding is that Member Wolf is still working on it, but he had some matters that kind of took his attention away from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force matters for a few weeks there. So he knows it needs to get done. And so I think he's still working on that, but I don't believe anything has been officially submitted to the Ethics Commission at this point.
Okay. And then I know that it was referred to earlier by the petitioner and also in some emails that were exchanged that that CAC might, that this committee might issue its own requests. I do not think we should be doing that. We have plenty of work before us, and I think we want to review and ensure compliance, but I don't, and members, if you disagree with me, please tell me so, but it seems that adding in that additional layer of work for this committee, my feeling is that we shouldn't be doing that independently, but member neighbors, you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I agree, and I wanted to make sure we're all in understanding that wasn't we were not directed to do that by the task force. According to my memory, it was a suggestion that Member Highland made, and we were to take it under consideration. But for the same reasons, Chair LaHood, I'm not sure how we would have the bandwidth to do that. I wish we could in some ways. I mean, maybe it's a little different. Maybe like there's a division. I think it would be if we had the potential to do that, it could be useful. So there's that. I'd also like to respond to, or perhaps ask a question of you. But we're not here to continue debating on the violation of 6734, as far as I'm concerned, of whether that violation was willful or just a simple mistake. We're here to follow up on the continued records, and if there's no request before us, and if we're not going to be monitoring them themselves, I'm not sure what is it that we're specifically supposed to be following up on right now.
Let's just make sure. Anonymous, you are not seeking additional records pertaining to your original request at this time. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. I don't think you have anything to do. That's all.
Okay, so it sounds like this was a hearing just to get additional information on the record about what the, just an update from the petitioner and from the respondent. I don't know that there's a motion to make unless Member Yankee, do you have any additional thoughts on this, or was this?
Yeah, I think the only purpose of this was to kind of discuss Member Highland's suggestion and see if we wanted to ask for a new batch of records ourselves. I mean, we could, if we wanted, say, pick a date and say, give us your Prop G calendar from October 18th and see what it is. But I'm not sure that that's really necessary. Aside from that, I'm not sure there's anything we really need to do here. I think at this point it's in Member Wolf's hands to compile his ethics referral, and that's about it, since there's no real outstanding records in this case to take a look at. So we could either, I think we could either close this as far as future hearings, not close the file entirely, but close it for future compliance hearings, or we can decide if we want it, does like we really want to do that, make requests for more records.
I appreciate Member Highland's suggestion, but I think one thing we need to be mindful of is that what we do for one case is what we do for all similar cases going forward. And it feels like there could be an inordinate burden on the committee if we start making independent requests like that on our own. I appreciate the intent, but I think compliance depends on the participation of the petitioners, and they need to help. We will help them achieve compliance, but we need them to move things along. And yes, Member Neighbors, you have a thought on this.
I'd also point out we don't really have a process for that in order for rules. And we're still working on a process for what to do if an individual member makes a record or files a complaint, and how we handle that within our bodies. We definitely don't have a process for how a whole committee would proceed with that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that I think that's an excellent point, Chair LaHood, that if we did it on this one, then that sets up to, do we basically for every case make a similar request and see if the error pops up? And like you said, we just don't have the bandwidth for that. I mean, ideally, in a perfect world, we'd have a staff like the Ethics Commission does that could carry those functions out, but we don't. And so I think I don't think there's much left for us to do at this point as far as this committee goes.
Here's the question, actually, members. Since Member Wolf is developing this presentation for ethics that pertains to this order of determination, but that we're not continuing compliance, should we close the case from our perspective, knowing that he is proceeding on that other front, or should we not close it but not schedule it again for compliance until he is able to make that presentation? Perhaps Mr. Young, may we use your expertise here? Is there any reason, since Member Wolf has some ongoing activities related to this case, but not so much related to compliance, is there a reason either to close or not close this case at this time?
If the committee is not going to take any additional action, my suggestion would be, if I am not out of line, to conclude that they have complied with the order of determination and to conclude this matter before the task force, as the task force won't be taking any additional action related to the complaint itself with the two parties.
May I say anything here?
Sure.
I don't see how you can possibly say they have complied with the order of determination. You have a pending ethics referral, so I don't understand, Mr. Young's. Are you trying to reverse the
ethics referral? Has nothing to do with the order of determination. That is a separate issue. The order of determination ordered the committee to perform a certain action. Once the committee completes that action, they should conclude that that all parties complied with the order and conclude the matter. We can't have open-ended complaints just lying around.
This is.
I just want to be clear. Your order of determination states that there will be this referral. It's in your order of determination, so it has not been finished. The order of determination does not say they will do anything. It doesn't say I will do anything. So there's nothing for us to do in your order of determination.
Anonymous, thank you. Member Yankee, please go ahead.
I appreciate Clerk Young's point, and I think that's the direction we should move. I think that the sticking point is, I'm not sure we want to actually say that anyone complied with anything, since I don't think there was an order to comply with, right? We found a violation. We asked Member Wolf to do an ethics referral. If there wasn't like a second stage and second batch of records. So I think we could maybe move in a better direction to say that we are going to close the file, finding no further actions to take on behalf of the committee versus saying something like the parties complied. Because I don't think we want to really make a ruling that they complied with anything. But I think I would feel more personally comfortable doing it that way. But I agree. I don't think we can have these floating out there, because when we get that administrator's report and we see how many active cases there are, that's where all these end up showing. And so I think we need to take this one off, know that Member Wolf is going to do what he's going to do, and know that the clerk doesn't have to continue to follow it for additional hearings.
Member Yankee, I think that is a good way to refer to it, and also by closing the case with saying that there's no further action. Members of the public may refer to this case in this order of determination in future complaints if there's related activity where they think what we've discussed before is relevant.
So should you guys be making a motion?
Someone will be making a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion then.
Thank you.
I will move that we close this file, finding that no further actions are necessary on the part of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
I'll second. This is Member Neighbors.
Great. We have a first, we have a second. Let's open this up for public comment.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who'd like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I'm just checking right now. I do not see any additional parties raising their hands at this time.
Okay, I'd like to give it one more minute. I'm slightly concerned because we often have, someone in the chat, Mr. Severnov said he wants to raise his hand and he doesn't see how to. Mr. Young, can you please explain again how people who are participating?
It looks like he is logged on via the computer system via WebEx.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a button on WebEx to raise your hand. Let me see if I can find the location.
Thank you.
Well, I will go ahead and just unmute him at this time. But if you are using the application, there is a button to raise your hand via the application.
It's in the corner right, Victor. Of the chat.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so how much time do I have for a comment?
Just one moment, please. Ms. Leger, will you start the timer and tell Mr. Svernoff how much time he has?
Mr. Svernoff, you have 3 minutes to make a public comment. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll begin the timer.
All right, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
So I have been a sort of spectator in this case, in this spectacle. The behavior of the Dennis Herrera and his staff are totally egregious. As a public servant, former city attorney, you would think he'd have a high respect for the law. He doesn't have any. He just basically considers the citizens of San Francisco as some kind of a lower fork below his rung and ladder. The mistakes that his representatives were mentioning for is something that the public servants in the city use as an excuse to say, well, it's a mistake for which I do not have to pay. Well, we as a public have to pay for our mistakes. If I do something wrong on my tax return, I have to pay for the penalty. If I violate traffic laws, I have to violate the penalty. Dennis Herrera thinks that he can violate the laws at will, egregiously, and call it an honest mistake and call it a day. Mistakes are not mistakes; they're called egregious mistakes. That's how I would say it. I remember George Bush once said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, You're not gonna fool me anymore. That's what Dennis Herrera is doing, repeatedly fooling the citizens of San Francisco. I want to say this one thing. Shame on Dennis Herrera and shame on this committee for trying to close this egregious case. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional members of the public wishing to make comment on this motion?
Yes, I do not see anybody else. To raise your hand, it's *3. And as I've been informed, it's in the lower right-hand side if you're logged in via WebEx to raise your hand.
Okay, seeing as we have no further public comment, Ms. Lachey, please call the vote.
Member Yankee.
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Neighbors, that we close the file, finding that no further actions are necessary on the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, and thank you, Anonymous and Ms. Sa. We appreciate you being here. Please call the next item.
Item number 8, file number 22092, hearing to review the Behavioral Health Commission's compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance for meetings that occurred after April 13, 2021. On April 6, 2022, the task force referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee to monitor future Behavioral Health Commission meetings for compliance with the following sections of the Sunshine Ordinance. 67.7A as an apple.
I don't think we need to read them out loud. There's quite a few and everyone can see them. We then have Mr. Greer here. If there's anybody else associated with this complaint, if you can go ahead and raise your hand to indicate you're a party to this matter, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So is Mr. Hillier here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we have Mr. Greer here. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Greer is here.
And Mr. Greer, is Ms. Gray here or any of your other colleagues joining you today?
I believe Ms. Gray is here.
Yes, my hand is raised. Sorry.
Okay, great. We can hear all three of you. Is there anyone else representing the Behavioral Health Commission who will be joining us today?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. What we're going to do, I definitely have some questions and I'm sure my fellow committee members do as well. But I would like to give Mr. Hillier a few minutes to give us a brief update on his perspective. And then I'd like to give Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray an opportunity to give us an update from their perspective, and then we'll follow up with our questions. I won't time this, but Mr. Hillier, I do ask, and I'm asking all of you to be concise with your statements, because we will have questions that I think might help us get at some of the things that you'll bring up. So if you could just give us a quick overview about what has happened since our last Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting. Mr. Hillier, we invite you to go first.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. We object to giving testimony at this time because there is no motion on the floor and we would not know what to say. Furthermore, to make a motion regarding our item would violate San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.7A because the agenda contains no proposed action for this item. Hearing for review is not a proposed action. Hearing for review is a procedural step that should be taken in preparation for any decision, but is neither the decision itself, nor is it something about which a decision needs to be made, and a proposed action must be the result of a decision. The word review then only serves to obfuscate what this committee is really considering, and this is the evil that Section 67.7A was intended to prevent. Furthermore, an interpretation that would allow review to be a proposed action would render this provision meaningless. This same agenda item also fails to contain a statement to the effect that this item is for discussion only. Consequently, the Compliance and Amendments Committee would violate San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.7A, whether it takes action on this item or not, unless the committee chair rules this item out of order immediately. The rules of order adopted by the task force both allow and require her to do so. Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, paragraph 10:26, subparagraph 1, states as follows, and I quote, "To the extent the procedural rules applicable to the organization or assembly are prescribed by federal, state, or local law, no main motion is an order that conflicts with such rules," end quote. We think that there is no question that this committee is a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance and that Section 67.7A is a procedural rule prescribed by local law. Furthermore, we think that this rule of order applies equally well to items that are for discussion only. If the committee chair should fail to rule this item out of order, any other member of this committee may raise a point of order against the continued consideration of this item at any time during its consideration, even when another member has the floor, and the committee chair should rule the point of order to be well taken. In any event, we refuse to participate further in this hearing. This is one of the very same violations which we complain that the Behavioral Health Commission continues to commit, despite rulings by the task force in our favor and against the Commission regarding this provision on October 6, 2021, and February 2nd and April 6th of this year. And it would be as unseemly for us to participate willingly in this proceeding as it would be for this committee to proceed in violation of the very law regarding the enforcement of which it is charged with making recommendations. After all, Madam Committee Chair, we complain of the same violation during public comment on almost every item on the agenda at meetings of the Commission. Back to you, Madam Committee Chair.
Mr. Hillier, I would like to bring to your attention, looking at item number 8 on the agenda, file number 22092. If you look at the next page, it says at the end, A, hearing on the complaint, discussion and action. This is the line that we include after every item where we expect to take action. Although we expect to take action, we are not required to take action. Sometimes following a discussion of compliance, we find that there is no action to be taken. I don't think, I appreciate you hearing your statement. This item is on the agenda because we are trying to seek compliance with our order of determination. We invite you to participate. If you choose not to participate, that is your decision. Even after hearing you read your statement, I still invite you to participate, but we can't force you to participate in this. We will proceed with our plan to seek compliance from the Behavioral Health Commission with our order of determination. You've made your statement. If you choose to stay, I and members of the committee may have questions for you, but if you choose not to stay, that is your decision, and I have no comment on that. But I do invite you to stay. That's all I have to say. Members, do you have any thoughts on what Mr. Hillier has said, or shall I hand things over to the Behavioral Health Commission? Okay. Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray, we invite you to speak. I would like to hear from both of you because I believe you have different expertise regarding compliance on these various points, and you may choose who will speak first.
Amber, do you want me to go or you want to go? Amber? Okay, I don't think she can hear me or she's on mute.
All right, I can,
Okay.
either way you want to go, it's fine.
All right, let me go through it because I'm kind of familiar, and then you can kind of give, because the situation is that Clerk Gray is a recent arrival to the Behavioral Health Commission, has been there for 5, maybe 6 months, and is kind of currently under training. So I'd like to give guidance first, if you don't mind, Chair LaHood. You know, avoiding commentary on the 546-page manifesto that Mr. Hillier has submitted, I'd like to stay focused on the items of compliance. And 67.7A, providing an adequate description of the agenda items. I and the commissioners do believe that this is a subjective issue. We have remedied it to our satisfaction. There has been no complaints, no questions, no issues regarding adequate description of the agenda items, except from one member of the public. And, you know, that individual is here. 67.7A, posting agenda 72 hours in advance of the meeting. This also has been a constant compliance issue with us. We've been very good 98% of the time. We have missed a few 72-hour cutoffs due to ad hoc meetings, but that is in the transition of, I don't know if you guys are familiar with moving your items from SFDP to SF.gov and the process of moving one platform to the other. So we've had technical glitches in that area. All people notified. I would say we probably missed 2, maybe 3 filings at most. The rest have been hit on time. We're fully aware of it. We're fully aware of the 72-hour window. We're still tussling with the Sunshine Ordinance and Brown Act. And one says 72 hours straight. The other says 72 hours work time. So depending on who you're complying with, it can make a difference. That's another issue. 67.7B, providing clear description of the agenda matters. I would say that this has been asked and answered in 67.A, which providing adequate description. Pretty much the same thing. We've had no complaints. All the commissioners and other members of the public have a clear understanding and description of the agenda matters. We only have one individual that seems to have difficulty following the agenda. 67.7B, providing supporting documents online or making them available as soon as they are available. All of our documents are available. You can go all the way back to our agendas back to 2010. You can just go to the website. You'll see the minutes. You'll see the agendas. You'll see all supporting document that accompanies that as well. 67.7G, including notices of rights under the Sunshine Ordinance on the agenda. Unless there are some specific examples in which that may have fallen off by accident, that is always included on all of our agendas. We're fully aware of the notice of the Sunshine Ordinance on the agendas. That's required. 67.79A, posting supplementary documents for the meeting on the internet. Again, asked and answered. You can go to our website. You can see all supplementary documentation that is supposed to be attached to there and included. 67.15A, allowing public comment for each item on the agenda. Well, now, once again, you can go to our posted items. You can see public comment. Public comment is always allowed. Possibly, it is always allowed on the agenda before an action item. Recently, our chairs have been allowing public comment during the action item. Even if it is not clearly posted on the agenda twice, before and after, the chair does still ask for public comment. There is plenty of time. We can provide recordings and documentation to prove that there has been no member of the public that has been, how do we diplomatically say this, throttled for public comment. Moving on to, what is this? In addition, blah, blah, request provide manual or description. Okay. The Behavioral Health Commission does not have a specific manual. There never has been. It's always been governed by the bylaws and the Robert's Rules of Order. So our guidelines as far as description of procedure are following these guidelines of how to run a meeting with Robert's Rules of Order and our bylaws, which are being reviewed again and will be posted forthwith as soon as we're passed. And then again, in an effort to document compliance with posting requirements of the Sunshine Ordinance, the task force requests the Behavioral Health Commission maintain a log of when agendas and supporting documents are posted along with other relevant data. Again, this is all publicly accessible right there on our website, clearly available. If you need an email transmission, we can provide that if necessary. But all of that is clearly available. And I think that is all I've got right now. Unless you've got a specific question for me, I can punt to Amber.
I see Member Yankee. Do you have a question before we hear from Ms. Gray?
Yes, I had two quick questions.
Uh-huh.
So the first one is regarding the 6715A regarding public comment, and you mentioned that you make sure that you allow public comment on every action item. So my question was, do you allow public comment on items that are not listed as action items, like discussion only items?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't just for action, you're allowing it on.
No,
on
no,
all
we
items.
no that yeah. No, so, I mean the action items become a sticking point because it's like, do you do it before? Do you do it after? Do you do it during? Again, Sunshine Ordinance and Brown Act have a little bit of a difference in there. So we go for overkill before and after.
Gotcha. Okay, that sounds good on that one. And then my second question was about the agendas being posted 72 hours beforehand. You said that that happens about 98% of the time. And so my question is, for that 2% of the time where that doesn't happen, what do you do? So let's say you only make it, the agenda's only posted 48 hours ahead of time, and here comes the meeting. What would you do?
Well, depending on how many members show up, if we have members that show up, our commissioners, so, maybe something has happened, a date is wrong or something like that, or like you say, in the 48 hours we didn't make the 72 hours, we made 48 hours. We would at that point relegate the meeting to a work group or discussion only. No action items. We would still continue to have a meeting of commissioners. It's just no voting, no action, nothing could happen. We'll still record it.
Okay, and that I guess to me, and I don't want to get off topic, but I'm a little, I guess, troubled by that part because I'm not sure that we should be proceeding with meetings if the agenda isn't posted properly, because even on discussion items, people may or may not, have appropriate notice to become, to participate in the meeting. I mean, we've, and that happens, right? I mean, there are times that for technical reasons that, or clerical errors that, agenda doesn't get posted in time. And we've had it occur even with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And when we've, started our meeting, we've noted that, and therefore we've then adjourned our meeting so that the proper noticing could take place. And that's what I would suggest to occur in those instances. So that would be a point that I think could be, tweaked and maybe perfected going forward. But that's all I had on this.
I'll take your suggestion, Chair Yankee, because I did have questions about that. And once again, there's one stipulation in the Sunshine Ordinance, and then there's another in the Brown Act. You say you can relegate it as a special meeting. We weren't 100% sure. We tried to go for discussion, but in your note, I think we should just cancel the meeting going forward and post correctly.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Yankee. Member Yankee, Member Neighbors, any other questions, or can we hear from Ms. Ray, and then we can sort of take all of this together? And I know we're going to have additional questions, and I have questions for Mr. Hillier, if he would like to participate as well. Any other questions at this point, or should we keep going? Okay, Ms. Gray, do you have anything to add?
Sure, I had a chance to write down some notes, basically. And basically, we're continuing with recommended trainings for the staff and commissioners. We have met with Teresa Comstock of Cal BHC and got some suggestions from her as well. And we're also open to suggestions from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I appreciate the most recent suggestion about adjourning the meetings without 72-hour posting. I'm glad to have clarity on that part. I am still currently in training for posting and minute agendas. We want to get up to part with what we are required to do. We have been able to address some of the posting issues and it's been easier with the new site. And then let's see. Okay. So we're planning to have a Brown Act training and the city attorney is going to go over some of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Orders with us. to help us to become more aware of the ordinances. And we've also looked on the CalBHC website, downloaded materials, and are currently still studying and make sure we understand, have a full understanding of what is required of us. And as far as our agenda items, I feel like there's no one really complaining either, just one person. I mean, they seem to work with the community that we are working with, and they seem to understand. But if there is something we need to change, just let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My first question is, and I think since both Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray have referred to it, the new website is up and running. Is that correct? The one you referred to in our last meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and it sounds, based on what you've both said, has this new website been helpful in terms of posting agendas, posting associated documents online? Have you been able to get these items online faster than you did before?
Yes.
Yes, we have, definitely. I mean, of course, there was a few bugs. There's still a few little small items that need to be kinks that need to be worked out. But overall, the system is much more user friendly and definitely saves a lot of time. Cuts a layer that we have to go through in order to post. There's like several layers we had to go through prior to this, and this cuts it down to 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hillier, are you still with us, and would you be interested in answering questions?
I'll answer questions about, I'd like to limit the questions that I will answer to my opening statement. Questions about that.
How about this? I will ask questions, and you can choose to answer them or not, because I would like to get my questions on the record. And if you don't want to answer them, that's fine by me. Actually, before we even get to that, I would like to ask Member Yankee if, since he's the chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, if you have anything to add to my response to Mr. Hillier's initial statement and his concerns about the way we noticed this item on our own agenda.
I do not have anything to add. And if, what I would also caution is that we certainly don't want to turn this file into, a separate complaint. So if the petitioner has separate issues that he feels that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, has inappropriately done, then he's certainly welcome to bring a complaint that way, and we can do what we can do with it. If it's against the task force as a whole, that's problematic since we can't rule on ourselves. The ordinance gives various options for ways that people can address violations. I believe the Ethics Commission or the Superior Court or other avenues that he can pursue. But I really don't have anything to add. Chair LaHood, I think you did an excellent job summarizing the requirements and the fact that even though action is listed doesn't mean that we are necessarily required to take an action.
Thank you.
I would like to speak to that.
Sure. We welcome your response.
Okay, so yeah, I don't want to participate in this item generally because I feel that the law is being violated here. But with respect to what I said, you seem to have misunderstood me as saying that you have to take or you have to commit to taking an action on the agenda. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant. That's not what I think. That's not my position at all. The law requires that a proposed action appear on the agenda, and review or hearing for review is not a proposed action, and that's what appears on the agenda. Of course, once the item comes up, you might not want to take that action, and there are many ways that you can get out of it. The chair can rule it out of order. They can fail to get a second, or any number of dispositive motions secondary motions can be made, like a motion to postpone indefinitely, which gets you out of having to vote on the item and disposes of it permanently. Motions to postpone definitely or lay on the table or refer to a committee All of those, of course, temporarily dispose of an item without action having to be taken on it. There's also a motion, I think, to object to the consideration of the item, which, if it passes, would dispose of the item permanently. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Members, any additional thoughts on this?
I mean, I would offer, I think we would focus on the matter at hand, which is the issues with behavioral health commissions. I don't want to see that overall compliance issue be sidetracked into a separate item, which I don't think is going through the proper hearing process. So I don't think this is the appropriate venue for that.
I agree. And Mr. Hillier, if you want to file a complaint, I will not take it personally. So if you feel as though discussing our procedures is important enough that you want to file a complaint against me or against the committee, I won't take it personally, and I will participate to the best of my abilities, because I don't think your questions or concerns are trivial. I just happen to disagree with your interpretation of the way we do things. So, having said that, I would like to ask you, and you don't need to respond, Mr. Hillier, we did receive your updated analysis. I know you still have concerns about various points here. I would like to ask you, because I'm not assuming that others who are participating here have read your full analysis. And regarding adequate description of agenda items and clear description of agenda matters, are you satisfied with changes are you satisfied with the way the Behavioral Health Commission has been describing agenda items and including clear description of agenda matters since the last meeting?
I'm really sorry. I really want to answer your question, but I do not want to participate in an item that I think violates the law. So I will decline to answer that. And okay. I will refer you to my written response also. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask again, and again, you don't need to respond, but to get these questions on the record that I am asking and inviting your participation. Are you satisfied? Well, I'm not even going to ask about the posting 72 hours in advance, because I think we've heard that while there has been improvement, the Behavioral Health Commission acknowledges that they haven't always posted 72 hours in advance, and I'd rather keep that discussion with committee members, and we can talk about how we're going to address that. Mr. Hillier, have you found documents available online with the new website as early as you would expect to find them online?
Again, Ms. LaHood, I will defer to my written response and continue to not participate in this hearing. Back to you.
Okay. I'm going to ask, and I'll just group these together. With regards to items 67.7G, including notice of rights under Sunshine Ordinance on the agenda, 67.9A, posting supplemental documents online, 67.15A, allowing public comment for each item. Representatives of the Behavioral Health Commission say they believe that they are complying with these items. I invite you, do you have any specific comments on these, if you either agree or disagree with their ability to comply with these provisions?
Again, I decline to answer for the reasons I've already mentioned and refer you to the written submission that I made. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Members, how would you like to proceed, and do you have any additional questions that you would like to ask?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. Mm-hmm. Is it okay to make a comment?
Mm-hmm, please. Yes.
Regarding the work that Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray have been doing along with us, as we've been kind of all collaborating to make more sunshine shine on the Behavioral Health Commission's meetings and website. I've been checking in on the website as we move forward. And I just want to say, I think that that it's vastly improved. It's very accessible. The files are very easy to find. The agendas to me have gotten very clear. The description of items is very clear. Minutes are posted in a timely manner. I think there's a much improvement. I'm glad that they're getting the feedback around what to do if you miss that 72 hours mark, because I think that's really important. But I think there's a lot here to celebrate in terms of the hard work that they've done to get into compliance, especially compared to the kind of where they were when we started. So just wanted to pass along that feedback. If you haven't had a chance to peruse their website, highly accessible, easy to translate, asks for feedback on every page, and you can easily find the documents you want. And I also want to congratulate them on posting their 2022 annual report.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, member neighbors. I appreciate hearing that from you, especially since I think, as was noted, adequate description is a bit subjective, and I'm glad to hear that that you, in reviewing more than one agenda, found the descriptions to be clear enough. Again, this is subjective, and it doesn't mean that every single person, especially people who might not be familiar with the work of the commission, and we take that seriously. We do want to hear people if they think they're not getting clear descriptions. I appreciate that. I have a question. Mr. Greer, you said that the Behavioral Health Commission does not have a manual, but that you are reviewing your bylaws and they'll be posted as soon as they are passed. Can you tell us where you are in the process? And do you believe what we're asking for in terms of, we said we request that the Behavioral Health Commission provide their manual or a description of their procedures and practices implemented to address the code sections listed. I'd like to know, will the new bylaws, indicate how you intend to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance code sections that we've been focusing on over the past several sessions?
I believe that the revisions in the bylaws that we are working on will cover most of these points. However, given the necessity and ease to get to these, I think it is probably prudent for us to put together a separate file that addresses each one of these items. So that you don't have to go through the 50 pages of the bylaws to find all this stuff. But I do believe that our bylaws will serve as a guidance going forward for both staff and commissioners. I do believe that because of the nature of the Behavioral Health Commission, it is required or almost necessary for control and order for us to kind of stay close to the Roberts Rules of Order, get clear interpretation of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, so that we can move forward. So in answer to your question, yes, I do believe the bylaws are going to contain most of this stuff, but at the end, when we do the final revision, if it does not appear so, we don't have any problem with putting together a 1-page or a 2-page or easy to read fact sheet covering these items and what our process and procedures are.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 other thoughts, but members, any questions? Okay. One thing I'd like to advise, I hear Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray talking about we don't know when to follow Sunshine and when to follow the Brown Act. You need to follow whichever one is more strict. And in most cases, and members correct me if I'm wrong, the Sunshine Ordinance is often has more constraints than the Brown Act. And if you see that, you need to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. You don't get to choose. You don't say, well, we complied with the Brown Act. If the Sunshine Ordinance says you need to do more, you need to do more. You need to do what the Sunshine Ordinance says. Members, anything to add on that, or was that sort of the nuts and bolts of it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the Sunshine Ordinance was meant to supplement the Brown Act or the Public Records Act, and so maybe there's a situation where the Brown Act or the California Public Record Act is stricter. I don't think we've run into that, but maybe there is. But in any event, I think your advice is spot on. Whichever one is more, conducive to sunshine, that's the one you need to follow.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is that in writing somewhere? Because I mean, it doesn't matter to us. I mean, I'm glad we got the clarity on it, because that's been an issue. We spent days trying to determine, which one we. But if there is something in writing and something documenting this, we can take it to the members and say, look, this is why we're doing what we're doing. Sunshine supersedes brown. So
I believe it's in the sunshine ordinance.
Okay. Well, I'll look and see, but I just wanted to know if it was documented somewhere, and you said it is. I'll look.
Yeah, and I believe, Mr. Greer, if you look, and I don't have the provision off the top of my head, I'm sorry, but I believe somewhere in those state laws that there's a provision that says that local jurisdictions can, supplement what's in there, and that's what San Francisco's decided to do with the Sunshine Ordinance.
That makes our job much easier. Thank you, Chair Yankee.
Sure.
Okay. Two other things. Members, I do want to acknowledge the lengthy analysis that Mr. Hillier provided to us. And, he went point by point over past meetings and, additional things that he updated for us since our previous meeting. Without going point by point there, was there anything that jumped out at you that would increased your concern about any specific point since our last meeting, or that you think we should be looking at to counterbalance what the representatives from the Behavioral Health Commission have brought to us in terms of things that you think we still need to keep an eye on?
I mean, I guess this is Member Yankee. I guess the only thing I would say we need to still keep an eye on are the posting of the agendas, just to make sure that that's done properly. It sounds like we have a commitment that will be done properly, but maybe I would love to hear that that's 100% versus 98%. So that was the only thing kind of on my list that I was making.
Yeah, Member Yankee, I agree with that. In fact, I made a note of that because I think there was some confusion about what would be allowed if the meeting hadn't been posted in advance, 72 hours in advance. And I think your guidance was very good on that, and noting that in fact we have canceled some of our own meetings because we weren't able to notice them far enough in advance. So I agree that we need another follow-up on that particular item. Is there other follow-up that you would like to see, or member neighbors where I would also like to, as Mr. Gurr said, since they're reviewing their bylaws, and that may include some of what we're asking for as far as a description of procedures and practices, I don't necessarily want to wait for that, because I know how long it can take to get things like bylaws approved. Do you think we should wait for that and keep this open, or do you think we should request? And at this point, it seems with the recent changes that have been made with the website, and as Ms. Gray says, they've received training and more is coming, that we should request a description of their procedures and practices, which it sounds like they're intending to compile anyway. What are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me?
Oh, I'm talking to the members to see their thoughts, and then I will ask your thoughts on that as well.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. To his point, I don't think it's necessary to reiterate the entire Sunshine Ordinance in the bylaws, but I think some type of reference that we plan to follow the Sunshine Ordinance generally, maybe reference Robert's rules, just something that kind of shows that those are the measures that you plan to implement. I think would be good. And it's not necessarily be in the bylaws, but maybe it's might be helpful, since I know you said you have Ms. Gray who's going through training. Maybe it's great to have a little training manual or something that's developed out of this process. So should you have an additional staff turnover in the future, it's all kind of written down there, and someone doesn't have to kind of compile that training manual from the start going forward. That's not a requirement of the Sunshine Ordinance. That's just more of just a suggestion, maybe a good practice. I'm sure that,
Thank you.
I'm sure our clerk's office staff does the same thing when they, when Cheryl came on board and she got trained. And so that's always helpful to have.
I just want to add that training is always ongoing. There's always something that you can learn at the task force. Basically, I worked with Victor Young for about 7 months before I got released onto my own, but it's a continuing process. There's always something to learn.
Member Neighbors, I see your hand up in the chat. Did you have something you'd like to say?
Yes. So I was one other item that that seemed recurring within the within Mr. Hillier's notes. There were many instances when he noted that public comment was not called. One of the things I noticed in the agendas is the agendas have been really nicely marked where public comment needs to be, frequency of public comment, but it sounds like public comment may not always be called. So I'm wondering if Mr. Greer or Ms. Gray have any thoughts on that. Is it a matter of, do you agree that sometimes you miss public comment in individual items, and if so, do you already have kind of a process for how you're ensuring that happens? I was just thinking in the same kind of vein, I forget if I'm chairing rules. If I forget, it can very much count on Victor or Cheryl to be like, don't you want public comment? Right? So always having that reminder there. Do you have that process in place? Or is it something you're still working on?
I'd like to answer that and say that we have that in place. Very fortunate. We were very fortunate to get Clerk Gray, and once she grasped the idea of how the meeting is supposed to flow, she will always state to the chairs, we need public comment here. We need public, as a prompt, and we even offer public comment when it is not even posted on the agenda. As I stated before, like many times the chair will ask for public comment during the middle of a discussion. If we hit a particular critical item, we'll take public comment here. Or if we're reminded, or even on occasion, a member of the public would say they may want to take public comment here, and we will take public comment. So we're fluid, flexible. We agree. We totally are here to supply all information and needs to the general public, because that is our constituency. So we don't have any problem with that. If there's something else they want us to do, fine. But no, I think let me just kind of give you a quick math. If you look at our agendas and you see the public comment, meeting is generally 2 hours long. And if you multiply 3 minutes times each one of those public commentaries right there, the major complainer is on each and every one of those public comments. So you can easily see that they can get about 20 minutes out of a meeting of public comment, which is a lot. And just to kind of circle back, I don't mean to move off topic, Chair Neighbors. I just wanted to get back to Chair Yankee and that, and the law lady, excuse me, that we do not have a problem at all. We are probably one meeting away from the completion of the bylaws. The bylaws actually were completed in June. We are just going through a review process. This is like pass 2, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. So we have the ability to insert that note about the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. We are probably one meeting away from completion of the bylaws, and probably before the end of the year, they'll go before the commission just to be passed. And we can send you guys a copy if you'd like, so that you can take a look at it and see if there's anything that needs to be included, because there's nothing wrong with revising it in 2023 if we need to.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question to Mr. Hillier?
Yes, please.
Okay. And Mr. Hillier, of course, you don't have to answer this if you don't wish to, but I'm looking at your notes. An example is your notes on for the meeting on August 5th, 2022. And you say, the public comment was listed at the end of the item, but it was never called. The public had no opportunity to address the committee during this entire meeting. And I see other instances of that. Sometimes I see, such as on July 12th, 2022, public comment was not really called at all because the committee chair moved on to the next item after waiting hardly 1 second to see if a member of the public wished to speak. But I see that you have observed a lot of instances of missed public comment where it was especially where it was marked on the agenda. And I wanted to, when we're thinking about what, if anything, we want to continue monitoring moving forward, if you had any thoughts on that or wanted to speak to that at all.
Thank you. Through the chair, I decline to answer. Back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Members, I am thinking, I do appreciate, I appreciate Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray giving us an update. I do appreciate Mr. Hillier's independent monitoring and sending us the updates. It is helpful for us. I appreciate the time the members of this committee have spent, reviewing progress and changes. It seems to me that we still have we have some more monitoring to do. I'd like to monitor meetings being noticed far enough in advance. I would like to monitor public comment being called everywhere, every time it's needed in a meeting. It seems like progress has been made there, but since, as neighbors notes, that's something that seems to be still coming up, I think we should be looking at that. And I would like to ask the Behavioral Health Commission, and it sounds like it might be Ms. Gray who would do this, or Ms. Gray and Mr. Greer, to write up a description of their procedures and practices with regards to the Sunshine Ordinance. This does not need to be a lengthy description, and knowing that that there's more coming with the new bylaws. And members, perhaps you have some ideas about what we would want to see included in that. Again, it does not need to be lengthy, but just needs to be a statement of what you are doing so that it could be clear to members of the public who would want to better understand how the commission implements these sections of the Sunshine Ordinance. Yes, Member Yankee.
Yeah, maybe as a starting place, maybe we could refer them to both our bylaws and our complaint procedures. So we kind of have that complaint procedures document that they might be able to take some tips from that, kind of as a working document that, springboard into what we're looking for. So I'm not sure if they're familiar with that document or where it is, but there's a document. I'll speak to Mr. Greer and Ms. Gray here. There's a document if you go to our website, and I think you go to the documents subheading, and then it'll be located there, and it's called complaint procedures or something along those lines. If you open that, it's a multi-page document that kind of goes into a little bit more detail about how we handle complaints and how we agendize them and some of the rules behind them, some of the speaking times, that type of thing. So you might want to consider some type of similar document for the business that you transact, even if it's not in the bylaws themselves.
Thank you.
That's a good idea, and understanding that the Behavioral Health Commission would need to modify those to fit the work they do, which is a bit different than the work we do, right. Although often running meetings has a lot in common no matter what the topic area.
Thank you.
Members, is there anything else in making sure that meetings are noticed properly, and if in the event that they aren't, that they are canceled or postponed appropriately, making sure public comment is called everywhere it should be called, and then seeking a description that can be shared publicly of their procedures and practices. Is there anything else you would like to see? And again, this is a long list. We have seen progress, but if there's anything else that you think that we should explicitly be following up with, yes.
So I have one just quick additional suggestion, since we brought it up earlier and discussed it, and I was actually able to find the provision in both the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act that says that the Sunshine Ordinance will supplement those state acts. And so maybe, so there's not confusion, again, if there's staff turnover in the future, maybe it's worth mentioning those somewhere, either in the bylaws or your procedures. And I can give you those now if it's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. So in the California Public Records Act, it would be Government Code 6253E as in Edward. And I'll just read it briefly. It's a quick statement and says, except as otherwise prohibited by law, a state or local agency may adopt requirements for itself that allow for faster, more efficient, or greater access to records than prescribed by the minimum standards set forth by this chapter. And then for the Brown Act, which is more about public meetings, that's going to be Government Code 54953.7. And that says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, legislative bodies of local agencies may impose requirements upon themselves which allow greater access to their meetings than prescribed by the minimal standards set forth by this chapter. In addition thereto, an elected legislature of a local agency may impose such requirements on those appointed legislative bodies of the local agency, of which all or majority of their members are appointed by or under the authority of the elected legislative body. So that's kind of the background of the Sunshine Ordinance, and so that could give you guidance that if there is some conflict, which one you need to follow.
Could you repeat that last code for me?
Yes, that would be Government Code 54953.7, and that's the part of the Brown Act.
Thank you. 54953.
You got both of those answers?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, cool.
54953.7.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Yankee. We appreciate that. Any final thoughts? And I will offer, Mr. Hillier, I believe on principle you don't want to participate, or my understanding is that you don't want to participate, but I would like you to invite you one more time. I don't want you to feel excluded from this discussion if you have anything else that you would like to add before we move forward, because I believe we are going to be making a motion.
I decline to answer. Back to you.
Okay, just want to make sure. You're allowed to change your mind. So, members, would anyone like to make a motion, or would you like me to make a motion, or perhaps we can craft this together, because I think there are several points in this.
I think you had a great starting spot.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we continue to monitor the Behavioral Health Commission for compliance with our order of determination. Specifically, we will be keeping a close eye on noticing of meetings, and in the event that meetings are not noticed 72 hours in advance, how the commission handles that. Ensuring that public comment is called every time it is required in meetings, in public meetings. And that staff provide to this committee, to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the Sunshine Ordinance, which we hope will constitute the basis of information they share with the public, either as a standalone document or as part of their bylaws.
Okay. I stop typing after, with regard to the ordinance, which will constitute.
Can you read, so I was
read what I
two
have?
thoughts ahead. Can you read me the sentence leading up to that?
Okay, let me just read the whole motion so that.
Okay.
Chair LaHood moves that we continue to monitor the Behavioral Health Commission for compliance with the order of determination. Specifically, we will be keeping a close eye on notice of meetings, and in the event meetings are not noticed 72 hours in advance, and how the commission handles that, and making sure that public comment is called every time it is required, and that staff provide to the Compliance and Amendments Committee a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance, which constitute.
Okay. Provide a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance.
You said after that, which we hope will provide the basis.
Thank you.
But I'm kind of wondering if we could, instead of hoping, we could recommend. Which we
recommend. Yes, I'd like that.
Okay.
Which we recommend.
Will provide the basis
for a public document. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is a public document, but right. A public document describing their procedures and practices, or that it is incorporated in their bylaws.
Okay, who wants to second that?
I'd like to have it read back before I second it.
Sure, hang on a second. Just want to fix that. Got it. Okay. Shouldn't have period there. Okay. Chair LaHood moves that we continue to monitor the Behavioral Health Commission for compliance with the order of determination. Specifically, we will be keeping a close eye on notice of meetings, and in the event meetings are not noticed 72 hours in advance, and how the commission handles that, and making sure that public comment is called every time it is required, and that staff provide to the Compliance and Amendments Committee a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance, which will constitute, which we recommend will provide the basis for a public document describing their procedures and practices, and that it is incorporated into their bylaws.
Two changes. Cut the "and" before how the commission handles that.
Okay, hang on a second, let me find that. Order determination, give it a close on this. Okay, so that'll be a comma.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
And then I don't think we're saying "and" incorporated in their bylaws. I think we're asking that it be part of a public document or incorporated in their bylaws, which would also be a public document. I guess we're saying we recommend that they create this as something that exists on their website that would be easy for the public to find, or incorporate it in their bylaws, which would serve the same purpose.
Okay. Provide, recommend, let's see, which we recommend will provide the basis for a public document describing their procedures and practices, and that
or be incorporated in their bylaws.
Okay.
Can I hear the sentence again that has "will constitute"? It's the last bullet, I guess, for the last section.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Their practices, the procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance, which we recommend. I'm wondering about that word "ordinance," which will constitute. Let's see, with regard to the ordinance,
Can you go back to this? Go back to the part where we say and that we want them to start with everything after the public comment section.
Okay, let's see. Every public is called every time that it is required, and that staff provide to the Compliance and Amendments Committee a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance. Now, there's language in here I don't think should be here.
Okay, with regard to the ordinance, comma,
All right.
which we recommend.
Yeah,
that
which
they-
we recommend will provide the basis for a public document describing their procedures and
Okay.
practices.
Okay, which we recommend that they use as the basis for a public document.
For a public document describing their procedures and practices or be incorporated into their bylaws.
Great.
Does that work? Yes.
Yes, and you just did a strike on will constitute, huh? It's gone, right?
Yeah, no constituting.
All right, do you want to read it one more time so we know what
Yes,
we're doing?
please. One more time.
Okay. And Lori, you're seconding this thing?
Well, I guess we'll see.
Okay. Chair LaHood moves that we continue to monitor the Behavioral Health Commission for compliance with the order of determination. Specifically, we will be keeping a close eye on notice of meetings, and in the event meetings are not noticed 72 hours in advance, how the commission handles that, and making sure that public comment is called every time it is required, and that staff provide to the Compliance and Amendments Committee a description of their procedures and practices with regard to the ordinance, which we recommend that they use as the basis for a public document describing their procedures and practices or be incorporated into their bylaws.
I think this is pretty good. The editor in me is dying with this run-on sentence, but I understand this is how we do things here. So that works for me.
So many conjunctions, but I still second.
You do?
Okay, are we, members, any other thoughts, or should we open this up for public comment?
I would say liberal use of semicolons.
Yes, please. Okay. Let's, members of the public who would like to make public comment. Mr. Young, we will leave it to you.
Yes, we are going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. If you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. I am going to go down the list and go ahead and unmute people who would like to make public comment on this matter.
Thank you very much. Please let me know when I may begin.
Ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is anonymous number 3. So a few things I wanted to say. First, I wanted to congratulate this complainant because I happened to be at the very first hearing for I think a bunch of the series of complaints by chance, because I was there for my own hearing. And the amount of sarcasm, ridicule, and just general attack on this complainant at that first hearing, I'm very glad that the complainant didn't give a damn. I even recall one of the, I don't know if it was a commissioner on, it wasn't either of these two people who represent the respondent, but I believe it is a commissioner or former commissioner who came on and started making allegations about the complainant's mental health. Remember, this is a person who works for a mental health board of the city, saying these things as reasons to not care what this complainant thinks about in terms of the compliance with law. And hello? Hello?
Please don't interrupt the speaker. Speaker, please continue.
Okay. What was I saying? Okay. And at the end of the day, what this complaint has done is fixed, or at least partially, the compliance of a board whose activities being in the public and being able to be transparent are extremely important. The power of the government to, as you know, the government has certain powers over people that they deem mentally incompetent. And the fact that those powers can be exercised and affected by this commission means it's extremely important that they are transparent. And the amount of pushback that was given, I'm really glad that the complainant didn't care and went all the way through. And it's a service that he has done for the public in doing so. And it means that the task force did the right thing in never allowing it to be manipulated by city employees who come and complain about how annoying and frustrating members of the public are, including complainants. So yes, it's a great public service done to the city of San Francisco. Finally, it is actually not the responsibility of the two representatives of the commission here today. They aren't the commissioners. And the Brown Act allows one to hold the actual people, the public officials on the body responsible. That's I don't know what was said. Thank you.
That was Ms. Leger giving you 30 seconds. Since there was an earlier interruption, if you have anything else, you may finish your statement.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I was saying. It's frustrating that the commissioners don't ever come and defend. It's actually staff members, and the staff members aren't actually responsible for what the public body does. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Young, do we have anyone else wishing to make public comment?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next caller.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. David Pilpel. So I listened to some of your discussion on this item, and I've heard bits about this in the past. Here are some thoughts. I actually attended several meetings of the predecessor body to the Behavioral Health Commission, the Mental Health Board or Mental Health Advisory Board, when I served on this task force, because at the time there were concerns about compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. So nothing beats attending an actual meeting. I don't know that the body has met in person of late due to COVID. However, I think education is important. Working with the body and members of the body is important. It appears that that's what's happening here. You can certainly direct people to the Good Government Guide, whether you agree with all of it or not, and the training resources that the City Attorney's Office have made available for members of boards and commissions, even though this is named a commission, its powers are more limited. I think of it more as an advisory body, but in any event, I think there's a real question about how much of this responsibility, and I think the previous speaker got to this a little bit, how much of the responsibility lies with the members of the body and how much of it lies with the department that's supposed to provide staff. Historically, this body, the Commission on Animal Control and Welfare, and the Bicycle Advisory Committee, of all random bodies, those three bodies, although theoretically associated with departments, are not necessarily that close with the departments, and so they have had a tougher time complying with the requirements, posting things, physically, getting things to the library, getting things on websites, that sort of thing. So those are three bodies that have that in common. In general, I think it's the responsibility of the departments to provide the administrative and clerical support, and the responsibility of the members is to show up and provide advice. The more you burden the members unreasonably with this stuff, the more we scare away people from serving on public bodies, and that's something to consider. I'm not excusing any violation or noncompliance. Thanks. I'm just talking about burdens. The new website format has opportunities, but it also has challenges. I'm not a fan of the sf.gov platform. I too was going to mention 54953.7, also 67.5 in the Sunshine Ordinance. And the most practical advice you can give to bodies about how to comply, the better. The theoretical, the checklists, the scripts, all of that are good, but really practical advice about how to handle more difficult situations I think is useful. I've certainly spent time with board and commission secretaries and clerks to try to offer my thoughts on how best to comply in a very practical way about notices on agendas, staff reports, that sort of thing. I'm happy to help in general. That concludes my comment. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Young, do we have additional public comment?
Okay, just checking the list. I do not see any additional members of the public raising their hand for general public comment at this time.
Okay, members, any other thoughts or questions, or shall we proceed and call the vote? Okay, Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here, Mr. Hillier, Mr. Greer, Ms. Gray. As we said, we'll see you again. And Mr. Hillier, we do invite hearing from you about your concerns, and thank you for being here today. It is 7:30. We have actually been making steady progress. Members, what do you say? Shall we power through, or would you like a brief break?
Maybe 5 minutes, just for Cheryl as well. I know she needs.
Okay, then here's what I'm going to say. If we're going to take a break, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 7:40.
Sounds good.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 7:40. Hi, everyone. How are we doing?
I'm here.
Back.
Okay. Ms. Leger?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling.
Yes, will you call roll since we're reconvening?
Right. Chair LaHood?
Present.
Chair LaHood present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Yankee?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you.
Are you ready
Please,
to hear item 5?
yes, do we need to state the time again?
Oh, I will. I have 7:41.
Great, thank you. Please call the next item,
Hang on a second.
which is item number 5 on the agenda.
Correct. Just a second. Just wanted to put the time down. Item number 5, file number 22014, complaint filed by Sergey Zveranov. Hello?
We heard somebody who was unmuted who perhaps should be muted.
I was unmuting the respondent as in anticipation of him being called, but I unmuted him because he wasn't aware we could hear him.
Thank you.
Thank you. Complaint filed by Sergey Zveranov against Lieutenant Lynn Riley and the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B, as in boy, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner.
Well, I'll talk about.
Hello, Mr. I'm calling for the parties to this matter. If you can go ahead and raise your hand. Sergi was unmuted. I already unmuted Sergi. Is there a respondent available for this matter? If you can hit *3 to raise your hand at this time, it would be appreciated. Or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody else raising their hand at this time, but we do have the complainant with us.
Mr. Zveranov, are you available now? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, great. Thank you. And do we have anyone representing the police department here today? Ms. Leger, can you tell us, did we hear from Lieutenant Riley or the police department about their intention to be present for this hearing?
They were noticed of the hearing, but I did not receive an email from anybody at the police department, including Lieutenant Riley, about their presence.
Okay. Members, since we have the petitioner here, my inclination is to proceed, unless you have other thoughts about that. No. Okay. So, Mr. Zveranov, we're not going to time you since this is compliance, but we ask if you could give us a concise update about what has happened since our last meeting, if you've received any additional records or anything else that would help in compliance with our order of determination. If you could give us a concise update, that would be great.
Yes, my complaint is based on Section 6721B and C of the Sunshine Ordinance. And SFPD has refused and continued to refuse to disclose any records that I have requested and has refused to do any search for responsive records. Also, they have refused to provide a written statement as to the existence, quantity, form, and nature of records relating to my request for records. I have requested such written statement from SFPD on February 28, 2022, based on Section 6721C specifically. The reason why SFPD refuses to disclose records is their base and vicious racism and hatred of immigrants. We, myself, my wife, and our 2 kids are an immigrant family in San Francisco, and we have all been harassed, intimidated, insulted with racial slurs, abused, and racially profiled by SFPD multiple times. We have filed multiple complaints about SFPD with San Francisco Office of Citizens Complaint and Department of Police Accountability over the years. SFPD is known for its racism, anti-immigrant bigotry, and biased policing. SFPD officers have authored multiple racist electronic communications in articles mentioned in articles from the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times, which I have attached to this agenda. SFPD is headed by racist and anti-immigrant bigot Chief William Scott, and its racist and bigot anti-immigrant policies and practices are implemented in particular by racist and anti-immigrant bigot Lieutenant Riley. As many immigrants in the city will live in constant fear of SFPD and are subject to their never-ending harassment. Having been repeatedly victimized by SFPD, we want to know what records SFPD keeps on us, what are their searches and intrusions in our lives that they have made secretly and openly in our lives, and we have requested records to that effect. These are the records that should have been disclosed to us under California Public Records Law, San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Law, and Brown Act. I have received, after the meeting of the SOTF, I have received an attached response from SFPD dated September 13, 22, apparently in response to SOTF hearing on September 7, 22. In the said response, SFPD still denies to disclose any records and doesn't provide the required written statement as to the existence, quantity, form, and nature of records relating to my request for records based on Section 6721C of Sunshine Ordinance. In the said response, SFPD still unlawfully interprets my request as follows: as that my request was that SFPD provide all records about and or related to and or pertaining to and or mentioning and or concerning and or dealing with the following and the list of items provided. SFPD and that request is provided in the agenda. However, SFPD responds to this in a following narrow and impermissible manner. They state they interpret this request as a request for incident report. This is without any basis in law or reality. In their letter dated September 13, 22, SFPD also states that they have found responsive records. You can see that in their response to item numbers 19 through 23. But despite finding those responsive records, they refused to disclose them, stating in particular, SFPD was able to locate responsive information for item 22. Please contact DEM for responsive records. This is just an egregious violation of the law, and I cannot see how any responsible individual can provide such a response, knowing well that they have a duty to disclose the responsive records rather than to invoke some bureaucratic procedure through which they want me to request those records. Now, in the agenda packet, I have also attached an example of an existing public record which should have disclosed by SFPD but had not been disclosed. That record has been created by SFPD and is a letter, or a fax rather, to an Office of Citizens Complaint filled out by SFPD Officer Apodaker, star number 303, from Chief of Police Office on November 25, 2009. Furthermore, in their letter dated September 13, 2022, SFPD still falsely claims that disclosure of records is barred by California Penal Code Section 11105. In fact, Section 11105 of Penal Code does not prohibit disclosure of requested records. It refers and applies only to records kept by the Department of Justice of California, only to such records that are included in state summary history information. Moreover, Section 11105 of California explicitly states in Part B, state summary criminal history information does not refer to records and data compiled by criminal justice agencies other than the Attorney General, nor does it refer to records of complaints to or investigations conducted by or records of intelligence information or security procedures of the Office of Attorney General and the Department of Justice. In summary, that's the end of the quote. In summary, there is no prohibition of the disclosure of records in the that section of California Penal Code. Moreover, paragraph H of Section 11105 states, It is not a violation of this section to include information obtained from a record in number one, a transcript or record of a judicial or administrative proceeding, or number two, any other public record of if the inclusion of the information in the public record is authorized by a court, statute, or decisional law. So that's exactly the section. So that's end of quote. That's exactly the section that applies, because the disclosure of the records requested by me is authorized by the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, and moreover, as mentioned earlier, Section 11105 does not even prohibit the disclosure of the records. Okay, so to conclude, I want to say the following thing. SFPD has no right to narrow my request, in which I have demanded all records dealing with myself, Sergei Severinov, my wife, Olga Tikhonova, and my children, Vera and Ivan Severinov. SFPD also an obligation to provide a statement as to the existence of those records, a written statement which they have refused to provide. They have an obligation to search for the records. They have an obligation to provide a written statement as to the existence and the nature of those records. None of this which they have agreed to do, and they refuse to do it. They justify their refusal by their existence of their bureaucratic procedures, stating that I should request that in some department or sub-department or whatever else is there in the SFPD sections are. This is completely unlawful. I have made my request for records based on the Sunshine Ordinance of San Francisco, and they have a direct obligation to provide those records for me. So I believe that SFPD should be found in violation of San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance. They should be continuously monitored. The SFPD should be compelled to do a search for all responsive records, assist me in this matter. They should provide a detailed list and description of all records, exempt and non-exempt, and they should be referred to district attorney for their persistent non-compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Members, what questions do you have or recommendations for how we should proceed? I can start. I'm concerned that the police department did not send a knowledgeable representative. I know that they have in past meetings. Ms. Leger, you said that we did not hear anything indicating that they would or would not attend. Is that correct?
Didn't hear anything, and Officer Riley, or Lieutenant Riley rather, was noticed. I'm just looking at the invitation that was sent out, the announcement of the hearing. So,
and I know Lieutenant Riley has attended past hearings, so
yeah, she's pretty reliable. So I'm kind of surprised she didn't. If she couldn't attend, that she wouldn't send somebody else, like with Officer Whalen. You know, it just surprises me. That's all.
I am hearing some background noise. I think someone might be unmuted. I'm also concerned that we haven't received other additional response to our request and to follow up with our order of determination on this. Without spending, I want to give this the time it deserves. Yes, Member Yankee.
Chair LaHood, if you look at PDF page 224, this is 280 at the bottom. This is their supplemental response after we issued our order at our full task force meeting. So it looks like they did do a line-by-line response as they were ordered to do. I think you may be muted, Chair LaHood.
That doesn't help. How do we feel about this response? I'm still concerned that they didn't send a knowledgeable representative or let us know that they would not be attending this meeting if that was their intention.
I'm definitely concerned by that as well. I would be interested in Mr. Severinov if he could maybe very succinctly, if he has reviewed this document that I'm referring to. It's the one dated September 13th. It's in the packet again on, well, I think the cover letter is 279, and then 280 is where the supplemental response starts. It's also PDF page 224 if you're using it that way. If he finds any of those particular responses problematic.
Well, I believe that it was the document that I added to the packet. I will need a moment to open the packet to see if there is anything else that you're referring to that I'm not aware of.
Right. So if it helps, Mr. Severinov, this is the letter that after our last full task force meeting, that it appears that the police department sent you a supplemental response like we ordered them to address each of the 25 requests that you had made. And so
Right.
I'm assuming you may have this separately, but it's, yeah, like I said, it's in the packet as well.
Well, all right. Okay. So I have a number of points about this letter. Let me open this letter and tell you specifically what my points are. So first of all, their departments, SFPD, makes the following interpretation. On page 3, in the middle of the page, they refer to my request to provide all records about, related, pertaining, mentioning, concerning, and then they break it up into 4 individuals, which includes myself, Sergei Severinov, my wife Olga Tikhanova, then my son Ivan Severinov, and Vera Severinov. In each case, they state they interpret this request as a request for incident report. This is not a permissible interpretation. They're not allowed to interpret anything. Their obligation is to search for their responsive records. They use this impermissible interpretation to narrow down their request and refer me to their Crime Information Services Division. This is another impermissible action they're taking because their obligation is to search for the records and describe them to me in a written statement and disclose whatever is non-exempted. Now, they again, on the next page, they repeat the same exercise by stating the information that I requested in numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, 7, 8 is a request for criminal history records on the above referenced individuals. First of all, the interpretation is incorrect because there is nothing that allows in the law that allows them to narrow down my request, and I'm seeking all information, not as on the face of it. I have not narrowed down to an arrest record. They narrowed it down with their specific interpretation, and after that, they claim that Penal Code of California, California Penal Code 11105, allows them not to disclose this. This is nothing more than just a game that they engaged to refuse any disclosure. As I mentioned, and as your analysis would show you, there's nothing in the California Penal Code 11105 that prohibits the disclosure of any information to me. Okay. Then finally, one of the most interesting aspects of their response is that they do find some records for their that they're responsive records, and they mention them in that letter. They mentioned that in the response to items numbers 19 to 23 on page 5. They state SFPD was able to locate the responsive information for item 22. Well, their obligation is to disclose it or describe it or claim any exemption, and they have to describe it without any whether it's exempt or not according to section 6721C. Well, they don't do any of them. They again refer me to some parts, either police department or another agency within San Francisco, for responsive records. This is illegal, egregious, and should not be accepted in any way. Again, their last items, say 25, I have requested all information about interactions between any or all of the said 4 individuals and the members of SFPD of San Francisco International Airport. The response by SFPD again starts with their interpretation of my request as an incident report. And then, since they don't have any incident reports, they state that they are not able to locate responsive records. One of the things I can tell you is that all the records requested include mail, email, memoranda, officer notes. All these things should have been searched. All the databases should have been searched, and the responsive records should have been identified. They didn't do any of the search, and their response reveals one thing. They're stonewalling the request. They don't want to allow any disclosure to create any.
Okay, Mr. Severmov, if I could, to narrow in on my question here. So, is the issue that you have, which I think may have merit here, is that you believe that they have narrowly interpreted your requests to specific items like incident report instead of a broader category of any records, which could be like emails or text messages or so forth and so on. Is that the gist of what you're trying to convey?
I think that's what I said just a minute ago, that they haven't searched any emails, they haven't searched the written notes, no memoranda, nothing else.
I think that answers my question.
Thank you. Members, let's have a quick discussion about this. So, yes, Member Yankee, I think your point on the first several items, they interpret the request as one for incident reports. This was again repeated with item number 25 regarding the airport. I'm also concerned about the indication that for item number 22, that they found responsive records and then said, go request them from DEM. But if they found the responsive records, why didn't they turn them over? Does that concern you as well?
No, I think that's what I mentioned.
Oh, I'm talking to the members. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Member Yankee and Member Neighbors.
I would agree. If they have, actual access to the record and they have it, then I believe they should turn it over, regardless of if DEM also has it. I don't think there's a need to refer them over, assuming that they are in possession of it. So I think that's a concern as well. That's a good good point, Gerald.
Do we know for sure, though? I mean, they provide both mail and phone and a form for getting the record from DEM. Do we know from past experience or some other way that they have access to those records, that they're not, they mentioned that it's a separate agency of the city and county?
Well, here's the question. How would they know that there were responsive records if they didn't have access to them?
Yeah, it might be different. They say that they suspect the DEM may have responsive records, or if responsive records were to exist, DEM would be the agency that has them. But it is odd that they said that they were able to locate responsive information and then proceed to say, but if you want to go to this other place to get it, that seems kind of odd. And that's on page 284,
Yeah.
PDF page 228.
And what do we think of the interpreting the request to mean for incident reports?
If I recall, we discussed that to a certain extent at the full task force meeting. And, you know, I don't see where they have the liberty to narrow it down that much. I mean, to me, it could say, let's just say, for instance, and I'm not for any reason, you know, saying that this actually happened, but let's say that there were two, you know, employees in the police department who sent a text between each other about, you know, any of these individuals that were named. That would be a record, and that would be, you know, something that's disclosable, and I think would have been a responsive record to this request. So narrowing it down specifically to incident reports, I don't think is something that's permissible by the police department. Now, like I said, it may very well be there are no responsive records, but then they need to search, you know, give a comprehensive search and say that there are no responsive records, not just say we only checked incident reports and leave it at that.
Right. And there may be responsive records that can't be disclosed for other reasons, but it doesn't mean that they don't need to look for them.
Right. So that would be my concern. And of course, it would be very helpful if, you know, we did have a representative from the police department here to, you know, expand upon that and answer some of these questions. So, you know, I find that concerning as well. I mean, obviously, I think there's, you know, some conflict with 6721E. I know there's been debate before about whether or not we can compel attendance for a committee hearing. I'm not sure that that's ever been totally fleshed out at the full SOTF. But
well, I mean, the easy solution to that is to send this back to the full task force.
Right. We could do that with saying these are our concerns. This is, you know, we've looked at it. You know, number one, that you know, there was no, you know, person from the police department who came. Number two, that we are concerned with the narrowing of the request, and number three, that it appears they may have access to certain responsive records, but instead of turning them over, sent the individual to a different department to get them.
Okay. Just writing down those 3 points. Do we want to make a motion and open this up for public comment, or is there further discussion, or do we have additional questions for the petitioner? Or we could also ask him, Mr. Zvernov, what would you what would you like to see happen next?
Yep, looks like he may have been muted again. So we might need.
I think so. It looks like his hand is up.
He has control of his own microphone.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm here. The thing that I would like to be done is that this case be referred to DA. There is obviously no way forward with their police department. They have refused to disclose any records, and to reiterate another time, whenever they find a record, they say, well, we're not going to disclose, do another bureaucratic procedure, which is completely against the law. I am a member of the public. I have the right to the records. I apply to them with the request for records. They tell me go someplace else. This is one of the most egregious things that the bureaucracy of the SFPD has done here.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like Mr. Zvernov would like to see us continue with this case. He's not interested in, I mean, it's up to the task force to decide next steps, but it sounds like he's very much interested in continuing to pursue these records and looking for additional follow through on this order of determination.
Well, my goal is to get the records. That's the only goal I pursue. I want to get the records.
Members, do you think in order to get Mr. Zvernov his records that it would be better to send this back to the full task force or to try to continue to compel compliance through this committee?
I'll offer my thoughts. I'm curious to hear if member Neighbors has additional thoughts, but I think at this point we're kind of at a point where we need to involve maybe one of our enforcement mechanisms, which would be referring it to, we have ethics, there's the DA. I think we've kind of gone back and forth enough with this, and it does concern me that here we are at a compliance and amendments hearing and that the police department's not here. And so there's only so much time I think that we can devote on a case before we need to, pull up one of the enforcement mechanisms we have, right? So I'm thinking that, for me, it might be best to get, the clearest path to getting the respondent his records, maybe to send it back to the task force with, those 3 notes that we made, that number 1, that, the representative didn't show up. Number 2, that they've continually narrowed it to incident reports. And number 3, that it appears some of the records are available, but they still refer him to a different department. And then I would say that we suggest the task force, employ one of the enforcement mechanisms available to it.
That sounds like sounds like a great start for a motion. Would you like to make the motion?
I don't want to jump if member Neighbors has any additional comments, or I'm happy to make that as the motion.
Member Neighbors, what do you say?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I think it could be a similar case as our recent case where there's going to have to be some unpacking for that referral for an ethics commissioner, especially to understand the violation when they look at what they would have meant. I think they would take the PD's response as very thorough, as opposed to seeing what's not there, right? So I guess the channel for doing that definitely is to send it back to the full task force so we can move it along with a representative or some additional explanation.
Okay, well, I guess I will make the motion then. So Cheryl, let me know when you're ready, and we're gonna go here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we refer this file back to the full task force for consideration.
Hang on. Yep.
And that we note the following 3 concerns. The first concern, the respondent did not appear at the compliance and amendments hearing, which may violate 6721E. Number 2.
Hang on, 6721E.
Yep. Number 2, that the SFPD, in their supplemental response dated September 13th, 2022, narrows the scope of several requests to incident reports instead of conducting a broader search.
Hang on. Narrows the what?
The scope of the records request to incident reports instead of performing a broader search for records. And let me know when you're ready for 3.
Okay, instead of a broader search for records. And
okay. And number 3, that the SFPD stated that they were able to locate responsive information for an item, but instead of turning over the responsive documents, referred the respondent or referred to the petitioner to DEM to receive the records.
Locate the responsive documents.
Yep.
Okay.
But instead of providing the responsive documents, referred the petitioner to DEM to obtain the responsive records. Let me know when you got that.
Yep.
And finally, that it is suggested that the full task force consider enforcement mechanisms available to it to ensure compliance. That's the motion.
That's a good motion.
Okay. I'm just reviewing it to make sure. I'm just reviewing it to make sure that what I have makes sense too.
Okay.
What is DEM?
Department of Emergency Management.
It's capital D, capital E, capital M. It's that's how they reference it in their response.
Who wants to second this?
This is Chair LaHood. I'll second it.
Can we hear it back again?
Yeah, I was just trying to clear up spelling errors and all that, so I don't forget what I'm doing. Moved by member, excuse me, Yankee, seconded by Chair LaHood. That you don't want to see we refer back. You want to see that's a compliance and amendment committee refers back to the task force. That's correct.
Yes.
Refers back to the full task force for full consideration, and that we note the following three concerns. First, the respondent did not appear at the Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing, which violates 6721E as in Edward. That the San Francisco Police Department in their supplemental response dated, was it September 13, Matthew?
Yes, September 13th, 2020.
2020. Okay.
I'm sorry, 2022. My bad.
2022 narrows the scope of the records request to incident report instead of a broader search for records. And 3, that the police department stated they were unable to locate the responsive documents instead of providing responsive documents, and referred the petitioner to the Department of Emergency Management to obtain the responsive records. And finally, that it is suggested that the task force consider enforcement mechanisms for full compliance. Did I get that?
Yep. Unless you have
Actually, I think the third item, could you read the third item again? I think the first part of the third item might be redundant or contradictory.
All right. Item number 3, that the police department stated that they were able to locate the responsive documents instead of providing the responsive documents, and referred the petitioner to the Department of Emergency Management to obtain responsive records. And finally, that it is suggested that the task force consider enforcement mechanisms for full compliance. What's wrong?
I think it works as long as there are strategically placed commas.
Yeah, it's the pausing that made it awkward. Yeah.
All right, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting it correct. Yeah. Okay.
I have a couple of questions. So one is, they said they were able to did they say we were able to locate responsive records, you can get them? Or did they say you may find.
No, they said we located, according to item number 22, we found responsive records.
Okay.
If you'd like to get them, go ask DEM.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure we get it perfect. And then in terms of you said incident reports, that was one of several categories, right? So they also had criminal history, calls for service, and incident reports. So they didn't just limit it to incident reports, or am I hearing that wrong?
So the initial request was, I hereby request you provide all records about and or related to and or pertaining to and or mentioning and or concerning and or dealing with the following. Then there were a bunch of things. And on page 282, this is PDF page 226, somewhat in the middle there, it says SFPD interprets your request for incident reports. And then
one of several. They also they have a section that's we interpret it as criminal history, and then they have we interpret it as calls for service. So they do that for several different interpretations.
Right.
Right. Not just incident reports.
That's a good point. It's not just incident reports. So yeah, Cheryl, could you read back the point number 1? Or no, sorry, point number 2.
Point number 2. First responding appears which file? Okay. First, the respondent did not appear at the Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing, which violates 6721E as in Edward. That the SFPD in their supplemental response dated September 13, 2022, narrows the scope of the records request to incident report instead of a broader search for records.
How about instead of saying to incident reports, we'll say incident reports and other, or maybe we just say that the SFPD narrows the request instead of performing a broader.
Yeah, because you're right. Member Neighbors is correct. They say incident reports in one category and then criminal history records for another and calls for service in another. And I think the calls for service one was where they said, we found records, you can ask DEM for them.
So maybe we just say that we just have concerns that they narrowed it down instead of provided, and just strike the 2 incident reports, strike that language. Would that?
Wait a minute. All right. That the SFPD in their supplemental response dated September 13 narrows the scope of the records request to incident report.
And just get rid of the words to incident reports. Just say that the SFPD narrows the scope of the requests instead of performing a broader search or something. See what I'm saying?
Get rid of to incident report and keep instead of a broader search for records.
Yeah, so can you reread it with that part stricken out?
Yeah. That the SFPD in their supplemental response dated September 13 narrows the scope of the records request instead of a broader search for records.
How does that work? Then we can
instead of performing a broader search for records.
Yeah.
Performing. Okay.
Good catch, Member Neighbors.
Do you want me to read it all over again just to make sure?
Let's do it.
All right. Moved by Member Yankee that the Compliance and Amendments Committee refers back to the task force for full consideration, that we note the following 3 concerns. First, the respondent did not appear at the Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing, which violates section 6721E as in Edward. 2, that the SFPD in their supplemental response dated September 13, 2022, narrows the scope of the records request instead of performing a broader search for records. And 3, that the SFPD stated that they were able to locate responsive documents instead of providing responsive documents, and referred the petitioner to the Department of Emergency Management to obtain responsive records. And finally, that it is suggested that the task force consider enforcement mechanisms for full compliance.
One more quick suggestion, sorry. Instead of that they were able to locate responsive documents, they say that they were able to locate responsive information. So it could be like a checkbox on something that's like, refer to DEM or whatever. So can we just replace documents the first time with information?
Oh, that's right. They do say information.
Responsive information, not records.
Mhm.
All right, refer the petitioner to the Department of Emergency Management to obtain responsive information.
No, not there. The first part. Can you start from the beginning just for item number 3, Cheryl?
But the SFPD stated that they were able to locate the responsive documents.
That document's replaced with information.
Information, okay. Instead of providing responsive documents. Correct?
That's fine. Yeah, I think at that point we can, do you think okay from there, member neighbors?
Yes, I just don't want them coming back and
Saying, no, yeah.
Okay, I think we're good. We want to open up to public comment?
Yes, please.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. We have 2 callers with their hands raised at this time. I will unmute the first caller.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. David Pilpel, now on the computer. I'm certainly not defending the police department. I will say a couple of things, though, as I'm waiting for item 9 patiently. I suspect that whatever records that they found that they argue are DEM records are probably incident reports or CAD reports, and there's been some back and forth over the years about who has access to those records versus who has custody of those records. And I suspect the police will say, and perhaps properly, I don't know, that they have access to all those records, but they're not the custodian. And if you want to get those records, you really do need to go to DEM and da-da-da-da-da, okay? So that part of it, they might be right, okay? As to anything else, they, I think, should have done a diligent search of all their other emails and whatnot about this person and family and yada, yada, yada. If they did that and found stuff, they should have provided it. And if they didn't, that's a continuing problem. Rather than, you can do what you got to do here tonight and send it to the full task force and all that, but this is exactly the kind of thing where they should have sent someone tonight so that you could have meaningful dialogue with someone from the police department and say, hey, the guy says blah, you said blah, we don't understand, how do we get da-da-da. You got to talk about this, and sending it back to the full task force, sending it to Ethics, sending it to the DA, is just a lot of paper back and forth, and really you want to find out if there's the stuff, and if so, get the guy the stuff. That's the thing, and, you know, that's why they needed to send somebody. So I would strongly encourage that if you do send this on to the full task force, that the next notice not just go to Lieutenant whoever, but go to the chief and the chief's office so that they are absolutely on alert that it's not just their representative, but that they have to flag this and send somebody knowledgeable to answer your questions, et cetera. That, you know, there are ways to head this off and deal with it, and they're not, probably because it got sent to some lieutenant's inbox that they got to send somebody. That's the thing here. I don't know. I hope that's helpful. Thanks for listening. Waiting for item 9 patiently.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any additional members wishing to make public comment on this motion?
We have one more. They have been unmuted.
When I may begin.
I'm sorry, your name, please?
I don't have to identify myself, but I'm anonymous number 3.
Okay, I heard something. Sir, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is anonymous number 3. I will strongly agree with the very end of what the last commenter said and disagree with most of the other parts. It is absolutely the case that you should notice, when you notice the department, there's no reason not to notice the department head. A department head is, according to the Sunshine Ordinance, legally responsible for what happens in their department regarding the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'm not sure why sometimes department heads are noticed and sometimes not. There's no reason not to add the department head onto that notice. But I will disagree with the other parts of the prior comment and very much suggest you vote for this motion, because delaying and keeping things at a committee means that force, as it is used by some other entity, is always delayed. And the law says that they have 5 days after you ordered them. That's it. The law doesn't give them just continuing months and months and months. And this person apparently does, this complainant does want this to be handled expeditiously, and they should get that. So you should make the referral to the full task force. The full task force is obligated to, if it determines that the request has not been complied with, to make a referral to the Attorney General or the District Attorney. You can also send to the ethics. Those are two separate laws. You very rarely actually follow the District Attorney or Attorney General law. I'm not completely sure why, but I always would suggest don't send it locally. Send it to the AG. The AG actually has a division that gives out opinions about CPRA issues, and I don't know why they don't get any requests from San Francisco. You are the body that can send those requests, and you have the authority, power, and responsibility to do so, and I hope you do so in this case. And we'll find out, what does the Attorney General think about these records? The DA isn't going to do anything. The Ethics Commission isn't going to do anything. They're just part of local politics. Send it outside of San Francisco. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to make comment on this motion?
I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any further discussion, or are we ready to take a vote on this? Okay. Ms. Leger, please call the vote.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Chair LaHood?
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. And I think that concludes all our cases.
Okay. Mr. Zvernoff, thank you for being here this evening. I believe we are ready to move on to the next item.
Item number 9, file number 22120. Members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee are inviting members of the public who wish to propose amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance to present their proposals at this meeting. Each person who makes a presentation will be given equal speaking time of 5 minutes. We will take public comment once all of the presentations are complete. Each person who makes a presentation will be given an equal amount of speaking time. Each presenter will have at least 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Leger. Just to add to that, I want to be clear that if you are a speaker, you'll have 5 minutes of speaking time, but since we have no petitioners or respondents, everyone will also be allowed to make public comment. So this would give you a chance to comment on things that others have said, should you wish to do so. It's not required, but it's an option. Mr. Young, I think we need to create a queue here because I know there are several people who have been waiting for this. And I trust you to create that queue and let people know. In fact, why don't we let people know what order they'll be speaking in, if possible, so that they can get prepared to make their statements.
So I have 3 hands raised at this time. I'm just going to go ahead and use the order of the list. I believe Ms. Washburn will be first. And then we have 2 callers. I don't know how to identify them since they're just listed as a caller number. I'm going to unmute this caller. And I'll unmute caller number 11, which will be caller second. Hi, this is, I've just unmuted caller user number 11. You'll be listed as number 2 in the speaker line. I'm going to go ahead and mute you for line. And caller number 7, I will call you third. Hello, caller. I just unmuted you. You'll be called on third. and Mr. Pilpel would be called on fourth. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and unmute Ms. Washburn at this time.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, Ms. Leger, that you've got your timer ready and set for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just need, when people are ready to speak, I need them to give me their name and possibly the spelling of their name. So our first
If they want to identify themselves, yes.
Yes. So our
You
first.
can get the spelling of Ms. Washburn's name from the, if you just check on the attendance list, her name will be spelled out.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I'm ready.
Thank you very much for inviting this presentation this evening. I'm here on behalf of my friends and colleagues on the San Franciscans for Sunshine Steering Committee. Rick Nee, Bruce Brugman, Bruce Wolf, Maxine Anderson, and I signed a letter that we sent to your committee several days ago, along with some other materials. San Francisco has the nation's oldest and arguably strongest local sunshine ordinance. But we have seen firsthand, as you're seeing tonight, in fact, that the ordinance needs strengthening to ensure that the task force receives adequate staffing and resources, that the Board of Supervisors cannot sabotage the ordinance and hamstring the task force, as has happened in the past, and that City Hall stays up to speed on information technology. We would very much like to work with the Compliance and Amendments Committee and the task force toward that end. Section 67.30C states that the task force shall propose to the Board of Supervisors amendments to this chapter. And for nearly a decade prior to 2010, the Compliance and Amendments Committee periodically reviewed the Sunshine Ordinance and drafted amendments, some to correct errors in the original draft and some in response to changes in technology. The final set of amendments approved by the task force in 2010 was never presented to the Board of Supervisors. In our timeline, we have a brief description of an ill-fated attempt in 2003 to go this route, but we're ever hopeful that maybe another try will prevail. So that's part of what we're proposing tonight. Late in 2015, several current and former task force members and members of the League of Women Voters of San Francisco started meeting to determine how to move forward with amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. And we've been working on this for the past 7 years. Many people have attended meetings. San Franciscans for Sunshine is not a member organization. We're a loose group of sunshine advocates. We've had members of the public who have brought complaints to the task force attend our meetings. We've decided, and we were long coming to this, but in the fall of 2020, we decided that a charter amendment was what was needed, as well as an amended Sunshine Ordinance. And we can talk about how Prop B actually was part of the reason for us just making this decision. The cover letter of the material that we presented to the Board of the League of Women Voters of San Francisco for their approval summarizes our argument for a charter amendment. But, you know, we think that's a long-term goal at this point. We've met with members of the Board of Supervisors, with their staff. We tried to recruit them to put a charter amendment and an amended Sunshine Ordinance on the ballot next month. There was interest, but no bandwidth for this with the crowded ballot. So we remain convinced that a charter amendment is needed. But frankly, at this point, we would like to see at least some amendments made to the Sunshine Ordinance after all these many years of work by the Compliance and Amendments Committee, Rick and I both served on it. And our group, San Franciscans for Sunshine, and many others, including those who will speak after me, who care about government transparency and accountability. So we have 3 questions that we hope we can start talking about as we look to amend the ordinance. The first question, are there amendments that could be presented to the Board of Supervisors that they would likely pass without revision beyond all
Your time
recognition?
is up, ma'am. That's 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Terribly sorry. I'll have to send a copy of this. My goodness. All right.
We invite you to send copies, and you'll have additional public comment after everyone else speaks.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I believe Anonymous is next in the queue.
The next caller has been unmuted.
Thank you. Please let me know when my timer begins.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. Yes, the same, probably most likely frequent anonymous complainant for the last, I think, approximately 3 years. I have, first of all, I very much appreciate the work that San Franciscans for Sunshine have done, that they've attempted in the past, that it appears that they may continue to attempt to do. I have a very different perspective as essentially just a repeat complainant who has tried to get very specific enforcement, two prongs, right? Specific enforcement of all of the procedural aspects of the Sunshine Ordinance, which for some reason people just haven't done after 20-something years. And also to show how public officials hide politically sensitive, embarrassing, or criminal content using, public records. And these are somewhat different goals. But what I've realized through that is what holes are in the Sunshine Ordinance that prevent, one, your effective enforcement of the law and kind of the foiling your work by other agencies in the city, namely the Ethics Commission and the city attorney that acts as a supervisor of records. And two, basically making the Sunshine Ordinance useless if most of the most interesting or newsworthy records can simply be destroyed. And so I think it is, and I have written up a draft myself that I've authored. I am happy to introduce it into the agenda packet for the file by emailing it to SOTF. The most important things that this task force should recommend as amendments before it becomes a charter amendment, which I also agree with, is to prevent the destruction of electronic public records before 2 years. And I am sure you can read about what various public access groups have said. There were news articles about this, but the instantaneous destruction of public records that are, in a sense, the most important public records to determine what potential misconduct that public officials engage in are their emails and texts. And right now, it would appear for some reason the task force has chosen not to enforce whatever the law is in the Sunshine Ordinance, and the city attorney has advised that law is essentially meaningless. And so the most important thing for an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance immediately is to explicitly prohibit the destruction of text messages, emails, and other digital or electronic public records before 2 years after their creation or modification, transmission, or receipt, whichever is last. I think there's a lot of other important things, but before it becomes a charter amendment and thus would give a newly born Sunshine Commission a lot more powers, the most important thing that can be done right now is prevent the destruction of public records, because the rest of the Sunshine Ordinance really, at least for the public record side, has no effect if the politically sensitive stuff just gets destroyed immediately, which can be shown repeatedly. So I think that is the most important thing. If you're P0, the highest priority, right, is to prevent the destruction of public records. If they want to argue that they're exempt, then they have to follow processes. They have to come here. They have to be able to go to court. But the records must always exist so that someone with authority can order them disclosed. Other important things include increasing the power of that future Sunshine Commission, allowing that Sunshine Commission, as other commissions can do, to sue in its own name to enforce its orders and not be beholden to city attorneys or ethics commissions or district attorneys, and also for you to fully govern and hire your own staff so you cannot be basically made less effective by decisions of the city attorney's office or the clerk's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I believe the next person in line, Mr. Young, I don't remember if you identified the third person, but you said it was caller number 7.
They have hung up or moved on. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to member Pilpil.
Okay, thank you.
Not member Pilpil, former member Pilpil.
Thank you.
Public member Pilpil, whatever. Okay, David Pilpil. So I didn't have too many prepared comments. Surprisingly, I actually don't have any radical disagreements with the previous two speakers in general terms. I think where we would part company is probably on some of the specifics. Some general thoughts that I wrote down beforehand. My overall approach, and I think, frankly, we share, members of this task force, current, past advocates, et cetera, I think share a belief in government record keeping, and access to meetings, in public participation. I mean, I think those are all shared high-level goals, and where we may disagree is how to go about it and what's most important and how many resources should go into this particular area. And that's fine. It's you know, a fair thing for reasonable people to disagree about. My overall approach is, again, that we should have meaningful public participation in decisions and access to public records. That it's not somebody else's government, it's not Elon Musk's government, it's not Gavin Newsom's government, it's our government, and the people who serve and work for us, in fact, work for us, and that in general they should get it right, and when they do get it right, we should agree with that, and when they don't get it right, we should be able to say, hey, we don't think you're getting it right, and here's why, and that should have some influence on the outcome. Otherwise, we're really all just spinning our wheels. Anyway, that's my overall approach. I think as to the language of the ordinance, the last version that I saw that I think former member Washburn referred to, I think was 112 pages. The last version that I worked on actually had fewer pages and fewer words than the current ordinance. I think some of the problems that we've seen over the last nearly 30 years of the ordinance and 23 years since the amendments of Prop G in 1999 are that some of the language is open to interpretation and in some cases open to too much interpretation. And is too wordy when it could be more clear. And you know, my little speech here is probably an example of using too many words because I didn't carefully edit it. I would, in most cases, have stronger language, and rather than, you know, the agenda shall contain or public comment shall be allowed, I would speak in the active voice and say, the policy body shall do blah, or staff from the department head shall do whatever, so that it's very clear which actor is required to do what thing. And so then you can say under, you know, 67 point blah, 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 A3, that person was required to do that. It was in black and white, and either they did, no violation, and that's great, or they didn't, and that's a violation, and that's a problem, and there are meaningful consequences for not doing those things that they're required to do. I would try to be more consistent in language and in practice. For example, there are some requirements that at the time were considered more difficult in terms of record keeping and running meetings and electronic records and whatnot. Some of that is now easier, and yet, you know, we've got things that require certain content in minutes for charter boards and commissions, but not for other bodies. And in some cases, bodies aren't even required to keep minutes, which seems wacky to me. So having consistent requirements for agendas and minutes and the conduct of meetings, and for that matter, how record requests are responded to. And, you know, we could go on for not 5 minutes, but much longer than 5 minutes about implementation of the ordinance. Thank you. Implementation of the ordinance and the structure of this task force and the powers of this task force and the responsibilities of the supervisor of records and the ethics commission and the DA and other actors. So all of these areas, I think, warrant careful scrutiny, and we're not all going to agree on that language, but we should talk about what the goals are and get into some of the specifics. And this will necessarily be a long and thoughtful process that is good. It is good to thrash it out. It is fine to disagree.
Time is up, Mr. Coppell.
And that's my thought. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Young, do we have anyone else in the queue, and did the speaker who we lost return to the call?
We did not. The lost speaker did not return, but I was gonna unmute Mr. Brugman's line just in case he wanted to speak and was not able to raise his hand. I just wanted to check on him.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Brugman, would you like to make any comments today? I have unmuted your line. It does not appear he would like to make any comments at this time. So that is all the public, that's all the presentation so far.
Thank you. We can definitely circle back and make sure that anyone who was trying to speak gets their chance to speak. I'd first like to open it up to members to see if you have any questions for the presenters, or if you'd like for us to move on to public comment, and then we could always public comment on what has been said, and we can always return back if you have questions about anything. Member Yankee.
Thank you, Chair LaHood. Just to request more for our administrator, it sounds like some of the presenters spoke about having attachments. And since those weren't on this agenda, I'm thinking maybe we could include anything that they send, hard copy materials, as part of the administrator's report as communications to the full task force, since I'm sure all task force members would be interested in reviewing those. And this way, the public can see them as well.
Member Yankee, I think that's an excellent suggestion. And Ms. Leger, can you tell everyone, let's have it on the record, what is the email address that they should use to make sure that you receive any attachments that should be included in the upcoming report?
Email address is sfbos.org/sunshine. Or they can send it to my personal email.
No. We want the email address, not the, I feel like you gave a web address. Can you tell us the email address they should send the documents to?
Then they can send it directly to me at cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. And if anybody has any questions about how to spell anything, it is on the cover page of the agenda. It is on the cover page of the agenda under remote access to information and participation. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I just wanted to, is the email address sotf@sfgov.org?
I think so.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that to what Chair LaHood said. I think it would be better if we direct people to the general purpose one, since that is always, monitored by some staff member in case anyone goes on vacation or so forth. I think it's always better to have a central one versus sending it to you directly, Cheryl.
Okay. Then the general email address is sotf@sfgov.org.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, any other comments or questions? And yes, we do invite anybody who has written statements or is inspired after this. We welcome that and want to gather all of those ideas in one place. Okay, I think what we'd like to do now is open this up for public comment. Everyone is available to make public comment. You're not excluded because you made a statement about suggested amendments. So, Mr. Young, let's start the queue again and let us know who would like to make public comment, and we'll give everyone who joins this queue 3 minutes.
I just unmuted Ms. Washburn's phone line.
Okay, and listening to the other presentations, I think there are a lot of commonalities, and I invite them to contact our group and let's get busy along with this committee, because you have the ability to present amendments to the Board of Supervisors. So I had 3 questions which represent 3 buckets of things we could do. So the first, are there amendments that could be presented to the Board of Supervisors that they would likely pass? And some amendments to correct original drafting errors, like typos. Some to clear up ambiguities. For example, substituting 3 business days for 72 hours. We had an example of that tonight. They might possibly, and this is what Anonymous was bringing up, what we have in our latest version of our draft, it's been there forever actually, is to require that records be kept in perpetuity. Paper records, electronic records, audio recordings, we have the ability now to do that. Another thing that is needed are staggered terms from members of the task force. So maybe those types of things we could take to the Board of Supervisors before long. And then I'm wondering if our group can reach consensus on other, perhaps more substantive issues that may, in the end, we could present them to the Board of Supervisors, but in the end, they may have to go before the voters in an initiative to amend the Sunshine Ordinance. Empowering the commission, we like to have this be called a commission, to hire a dedicated full-time staff, and including legal counsel. We have some suggestions for changes in who appoints members of the task force. The city attorney's sunshine training materials should be submitted to this commission for review because they continually have problems. We'd like to see searchable logs of meetings attended by elected officials and department heads. So strengthen calendar keeping and disclosure requirements.
30 seconds.
And finally, what issues continue to bedevil us but need to be resolved if we're to have the brightest sunshine? Those requiring enforcement. We have not come up with, something that we're sure would pass or pass muster, but we've consulted with all kinds of people. But this is something, if we put all of our heads together, maybe we can figure out a way to get various departments to comply. And if they don't, to hold them to account. So we're looking forward to working with you to finally, at long last, have some changes that we know are needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Young, who is next in line?
We have Anonymous next in line. I am unmuting now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let me know when I may begin.
You ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Anonymous number 3. I think I agree with the high-level points made by Ms. Washburn in the last comment, and I think I, at least at a high level, agree with what Mr. Pilpel was saying as well. I think about what we can get passed as soon as possible through the Board of Supervisors, I don't think it's much. And maybe I'm cynical about this, maybe it's just my experience through the complaints. There's no reason unless there's an electoral reason like corruption that you can tie things to, that the Board of Supervisors will care about this, right? Each of these things that you may do will tie their hands to. And so I'm pretty skeptical about the Board of Supervisors adding anything that doesn't have a massive loophole through it that allows the Board of Supervisors to do whatever they want. For example, when they improved the Proposition G calendars, everything they added said, well, you can't hold us responsible, actually. There's a good faith exception clause to everything they added. And I'm certain they will do the same thing with anything they add themselves. And that's why you need voters. Now, on the case of, and I think you can make that kind of corruption-based argument about destruction of records. It's very hard for you to go to the public and tell the public, we can just destroy the records whenever we want. Nobody's going to buy that. Unfortunately, while I would love the example given by Ms. Washburn that you just preserve everything forever, they'll argue that the cost for doing so is very high. And that's why 2 years is what's in the CPRA as a default. And so it's very hard to argue, that's why I'm being conservative, right, in what I'm suggesting. 2 years there's just no reason that they shouldn't preserve electronic things, which are much cheaper to preserve than physical papers, for 2 years. If you're going to go for one thing, I would suggest going for that, because it's very hard for the Board of Supervisors to tell the public, no, we want the government to destroy records. That's the ethically or morally right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Young, who's next in line?
Okay, we have Mr. Pelpel next.
David Pilpel again. Once again, we are remarkably in agreement at this point on much of this. I agree with many of the suggestions, the specifics that I heard from former member Washburn. I would add to that, I don't agree with all of that, but a lot of it I do. On the list of easy stuff, I don't know why in the last 20 or 25 years, we haven't figured out how to do a central database or website of all city meetings. So for example, the Board of Supervisors has a page for upcoming meetings. So when the meetings of the task force and its committees and the board committees and the other stuff that Victor and Gerald and the gang work on, those are all on their website. But you have to go to that website, you have to go to the MPA website for their meetings, the various other agencies. There's no central website that has all city meetings tomorrow or this week or this month that have been scheduled. That shouldn't be that hard, you know? We've got, 30,000 city employees and we can't figure out how to do that? We should do that. I also agree with Anonymous about record retention generally. And, maybe we need to expand either the scope of the ordinance or include some of the Chapter 8 stuff about record retention policies and schedules and say that the city needs a citywide records manager, period. Fund that position as well. And that person needs to work with the city archivist who works at the library. And each department has to designate a records manager. Absolutely, period. And they need to figure out how to digitize the stuff that needs to be digitized and doesn't exist in that way. And that all revisions to department record retention policies and schedules should come before this task force prior to being finally adopted, because record retention policies and schedules impact departments' abilities to comply. Similarly, review of department websites should come before this body for review and comment, not necessarily approval, but at least if they've got some massive redesign of their website that makes it hard to find stuff or they're dropping some of their content, this task force should be able to say, hey, that's not okay. And finally, I would specifically prohibit the use of next request. I think it's not helpful. I think it creates more barriers than it's worth. If someone voluntarily wants to say, hey, you can put something somewhere and I can grab it, that's fine, but nobody should be required to use next request or any other system like that as a condition to receive public records.
Seconds.
There you go. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Young, is there anyone else who would like to make public comment?
That completes our list.
Okay. I hope that everyone who was intending to participate this evening was able to. I know it's coming up on 9 o'clock, which is actually not very late for us and our meetings. But I know that we may be used to this, and perhaps everyone in attendance is not used to such long meetings. Members, any thoughts, or whether specific or general, about the comments, about what, again, we encourage anyone who made a statement today, if they would like to share something with the full task force, to send it to SOTF at, I almost said SF Public Press, SOTF at sfgov.org. And member neighbors, I saw your hand if you'd like to say something.
I just want to say I appreciated everyone. You know, I hesitate to just say bringing ideas, because I know these are long-term strategies, and as we say in my business, scheming and dreaming. And so I'm super excited to hear the various perspectives. You know, I think again it's really encouraging to hear that refrain of there are many things we agree on, even if there are particulars that we may not agree on. That there are some big, bold pieces of this that are things that we're all in agreement of, and that we're thinking so strategically in terms of not just what we want, but what is really plausible, what is possible within the policy environment and the decision makers that we have. Super encouraging. I would hope this wasn't a ton of notice to invite folks to share their thoughts on this item. So I would hope that we'd have an opportunity to do this again, and perhaps announce it a meeting ahead of time, or a couple of meetings ahead of time, so that more folks know about it and are able to make it and share. Because the food for thought is awesome. It's really great to hear it.
You know, considering that I know this took a little bit of time, but not a lot of time, I would be happy to add this item again to our next CAC agenda. I believe I announced it at our last meeting and at the full task force hearing, but I know that some people who'd like to participate, even though we think of them as being at all of our meetings, were not necessarily at those meetings and might not have been aware of it. So I think there might be interest, and so perhaps at this upcoming task force, full task force hearing, we could announce again that we will give time at our next CAC meeting to allow for more presentations, or if people develop new ideas between now and then that they'd like to share, I think we can create that opportunity. Member Yankee.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I know we're getting late here. For the most part, I really want to echo what Member Neighbor said. I think that, I really appreciate that, everyone came with such thoughtful suggestions, and it was encouraging to hear how many things there seems to be, unanimous or at least broad consensus on. And I think we won't, all agree on everything, but I think there are certainly some low-hanging fruit that we all will. And those are the excellent points to try to focus on, ones we really think that we can get through. I think another thing we're going to need to consider as we go through this process is, we've talked about it before, about what type of things can the board alone pass and what type of things has to go to the vote, has to go to a vote. And that changes, the timeline for things, the opportunity to put things on. And so maybe that's something we even want our legal counsel to weigh on what type of things do we feel that the board alone could act on. I know where there was some talk about that. I believe it was Prop B that passed that arguably gave the board some authority to pass certain changes, and they did so when I think it was seat 4 that had to have a tweak because the organization that nominated that member was no longer in existence. And so we asked the board at the time to exercise their ability, but do so with great discretion, to not try to change other parts of the ordinance without further consulting us. So I think that needs to be fleshed out a little bit about what we think the board can do versus what we think actually needs to go to the voters. And then I think another part that might help us expand our scope as a task force, even though it doesn't, turn us into a commission or anything, would be to look at section 6730D, which says that in addition to the powers specified above, the task force shall possess such powers as the Board of Supervisors may confer upon it by ordinance, or as the people of San Francisco shall confer upon it by initiative. So there's clearly some, thought that the board alone can grant us additional powers. And so maybe we ask, that they do so under circumstances that we think, would be in, reach broad consensus, probably not controversial items, but I think there's certain items that we think if we had a little bit more, to use the word in the ordinance power, that we could, maybe accomplish a little bit more. So that might be a section to lean on a little bit when we try to propose items to the board. Probably other things that have to do more with broad policy changes, that might be a little bit more difficult or might arguably have to go, to a vote. And I'll leave it at that. And I think it's a great idea to have another opportunity for this. And, it was, like you said, our Chair LaHood, it was great to have you announce this. I know it was at the end though, and that's like at 11:30. So, some people are a little sleepy by then. So, this is another opportunity for everyone to hear about that.
Yeah, and that's making me think too, even though, as I said, this is not, we've had much later meetings, but I'm wondering if some of the people who were previously on this meeting and perhaps waiting for this item just were not able to stay, and perhaps, and I can't promise this because it depends what's on the agenda, but maybe we could think about having, since we waited till the end of the meeting this time, perhaps we could do this earlier in the meeting, knowing though that we do have to, we need to prioritize complaints because that's why we're here and seeking compliance. But we'll take a close look at the agenda for the next meeting and see if we could perhaps have this happen a little bit earlier in the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Very much appreciate your participation this evening. Ms. Lachey, let's call the next item.
Item number 10, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
I guess I sort of did that, but I feel as though it was related to the last item. But as far as future agenda items, I would like to, Ms. Leger, let's copy this item for the next agenda for CAC. And let's discuss if there seems to be a reasonable option to have it earlier in the meeting without causing disruption to other compliance work we need to do. Members, do you have any other requests for things that we should consider at future meetings? Okay, for good measure, we'll have one last round of public comment for those who have stuck with this to the end. Mr. Young, does anyone else have public comment on this last agenda item?
It looks like we have one hand raised. I will unmute them at this time.
Thank you.
Anonymous number 3.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. On the specific point of this copy that you're going to add to the next agenda, I would ask that there is perhaps more direction or be more specific about what you hope to accomplish as potential action. Like, for example, this, whatever comes out of that meeting will be the start of a draft to be proposed by this committee. Because at the end of the day, all of us are members of the public. The idea here is to, I assume, have this committee make a referral eventually to the full task force of an actual draft or outline of amendments, and then have the full task force make a referral to the Board of Supervisors. So some more specific about what is the action item coming out of next meeting, I think would be useful. And it would allow you to take action, because you can't take action, right, if you write discussion and no action. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Oops, I lost my page. Moving on to the next one.
Thank you.
David Pilpel last time tonight. Again, I don't disagree. I think it would be useful for perhaps Cheryl to take the bullets that I guess the three of us articulated tonight and maybe put that into a one-page document of ideas that were raised tonight at the level that they were raised. I don't think we're anywhere near specific language or, you know, more formal concepts, but just the things that were raised tonight with the originator, and that can be the basis for continued discussion next time. I think this was highly productive. And I would also just point out, for anyone who doesn't know, prior to 1999 and Prop G, there were a number, not a large number, but a small number, like less than 10 amendments that were advanced by the task force to the Board of Supervisors, some that involved the membership of the body, but some that were substantive, that the Board of Supervisors passed and amended the ordinance as was originally countenanced, that the board, that this task force would periodically find a problem and a fix, recommend it to the board, and the board would amend the ordinance accordingly. And that kind of worked. And the best example of that was concern of all things about I'm trying to remember, it wasn't Comcast at the time, it wasn't AT&T. Maybe someone will remember who the cable TV provider was at the time, and there was concerns about discussions over the franchise agreement and whatnot, and that wasn't getting enough public airing. Bruce Brugman and his staff at the Bay Guardian reported on that pretty extensively, and so the task force, when I served on it and when Bruce served on it, Bruce Brugman, not Bruce Wolf, crafted an amendment to provide that in the event of sole source negotiations for franchise agreements and a few other things, that the city attorney's office needed to provide summaries of the status of negotiations and make that public. And so we were addressing a specific concern that existed. We proposed language, the city attorney crafted it, the board passed it, and it remains in the ordinance to this day. Maybe that's not a concern right this minute, but it's an example of addressing an issue, having the opportunity to make a legal fix, and the board being responsive in doing that. So they may not be with you on everything, I get that, but there may be some things, as former member Washburn suggested, that we can all agree on and that would have unanimous or pretty unanimous broad support. And so having the three buckets that she talked about makes a lot of sense. I don't know if there was something in the Cheerios or the Kool-Aid or something, whatever, that we're all in such agreement today, but it's a good evening in the grand scheme of things. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Young, do we have anyone else waiting to speak?
There are no additional commenters at this time.
Okay. Members, final thoughts, or should we call the next item? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Member Yankee, for joining us on the committee this evening. We appreciate you helping us to have three members on the committee. Ms. Leger, please call the final item.
Item number 11, adjournment. I have 9:20.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I will move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, everyone who joined.